As a reminder, I am still absolutely in a place where I need to be staying hydrated. So please help me to remember to stay hydrated. I mean, I should stay hydrated in general, but you get my point. You get my point. Still not doing great. I mean, we could do Amgarak after Awakening. It's not a terrible idea. It has nothing to do with anything story-wise. And yeah, you're right. That is just, that fight is ridiculous. By the way, Darkrai, I wanted to say something. Just because I feel like I let it go unsaid too often. I just wanted to mention that I actually appreciate the various extant references you make throughout the course of these streams. It's nice to know that someone's paying attention to be able to reference it on command like that. So I just wanted to mention that. So, you know what? I think you've agreed. I think you've convinced me. Let's do Amgarak after Awakening. And so we'll do Awakening, Amgarak, and then Witch Hunt. So, when last we left the party, we were in the middle of a fight, which is actually back in this room. I wanted to talk about this super briefly, because I had to do the most forbidden thing of all. I had to use tactics. Oh, it was horrible. No, so if it wasn't obvious, it was dinner time, which is why I was just like, I'm just gonna chop off. But you can tell by the corpses. No, so I want to talk about this encounter because it's actually a really smart encounter, especially since it's skippable. It's just also kind of a thing. So first of all, hang on, there should be a third one. So there are 3 traps lining the room into this area. She runs over here and then stands here doing her thing. And then she's got her archers back here who are high-level archers, high-level Dragon Age archers, which means they are, as Django so accurately put it, stun machines. Then we've got, I think it was 4 guys out here who are basic rogues, but they could do some really decent damage. And that's it. That's the whole encounter, but it's tight in terms of design, especially given the area we fight in. So the problem I kept running into is something I have given this game a negative for. It's the same thing I gave to Baldur's Gate 3. Because these games like to do this thing where you walk into a room and then there's a conversation, and at the end of the conversation, roll initiative. The thing is, it likes to position you really badly. So, especially when you're playing, a mage, this tends to suck because it'll drop you right on their face. And, I mean, we've already seen this be a problem several times, even on easy difficulty. Trust me when I say that this is an absolute aggravation on nightmare difficulty. So, it does Dakota. It's just, I'm curious if 2 and Inquisition do the same thing. Really quick. Thank you, Colgrim. Even though I killed you horribly, I do appreciate the sub. Much appreciated. If you want to put the numbers up to 3 things, please let me know. So, we start right here, like right about where we're standing. And this is pretty much the problem with this encounter, is the fact that we start right here. So, what I did was I made sure, that's true, FFT does that too. I made sure that Alistair and Oghren were both beelining the people in here, and just did a little bit of very, very quick manual control to make sure that they had all 4 of the melees controlled, right? When there's nothing I could do for her, so I just left her to her devices. Then I ran over here and stood here for a moment until the archers and the boss, the mini-boss, had all stopped aggroing me. That only took a few seconds, but as you saw, that fight can go to hell in literal seconds. So I'm like, okay. Once they had stopped aggroing me, I peeked around the corner and dropped all 3, starting with Blizzard, this is important. Starting with 3, I did all 3 of the major AoEs, such they would hit the archers and kill them, hit the boss, and hit part of the melee group. Then I went right back into the corner. Why? Well, because the archers would die, of course, but then the boss would come after me. Once the bosses come after me, I hit her with the 1-2 combo of Winter's Grasp and Cone of Cold, which freezes her. And then it's right back into this room. By this point, there were only 2 of the melees left. Oghren was dead, but Alistair was still doing his thing, and Wynne was doing her thing. a combination of Flame Blast and Shock in order to kill the remaining 2 melee. At which point, it was just me, Wynn, Alistair, and the boss, and they've got that. And that's how I did the fight. One moment, please. It's not like I can't, Lord Aramont. I have beaten this game on Nightmare. It's just, if I'm being honest, I usually don't really have to do that level of tactical thinking in this game. Whether that's a good or bad thing is up to you. Let me walk that sentence back. I remember the playthrough of this game on Nightmare. I've referenced it many times, including individual fights. And I've even mentioned strategies I've used in those fights. Because the thing I liked about Nightmare is everything I just did is something I had to do for most of the fights in the game. Being completely honest, that would probably be a really slow, boring, aggravating stream. But while I'm sitting here playing it by myself with, you know, YouTube up on the side, or actually I think I was watching Voyager specifically up on the side, that was okay because, you know, that way I have something to fill in the hours, so to speak. Because, yeah, it's a slog. It really is. But every now and again, it's engaging enough to be worth it. And as we talked about the other day, I do feel accomplished for having done that. That is something that I put in my gamer proud, whatever. My gamer pride closet is that I've beaten this game on Nightmare. Again, one moment, please. Okay. So, well, just put the things I'm proud of as a gamer on it. Let's see. I've beaten Dragon Age Origins on Nightmare. I have... I have done... I have beaten... oh god, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. The super optional Constellar boss in Ulduar, while tanking, while running the raid, while guiding the other tank. So I've done a lot of stuff I'm proud of in WoW, but that's probably the peak right there. Let's see. I've never beaten Mike Tyson. To my sadness. I've never beaten Mike Tyson. Let me think. What else have I done that I'm actually really... I have beaten nearly every Souls game without cheating. The only Souls games I've cheated on, the only Souls game I've cheated on, period, singular, is Sekiro. I've also 100%ed all but 2 of the Mario games, and I'm going to fix that during the Mario block. I've also 100%ed Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 10 too. I had to pause there because I freaking stupid sword. 100%, 100%. Because FF9, I have 99%. Because freaking sword. I feel like there's other stuff I've done in gaming that I'm proud. And all of a sudden I can't think of it. Let's just kill these things and figure that out. Oh yeah, by the way, interesting little tidbit. I actually did want to show this off. So you notice how they can just shoot us through the ceiling there? It's because there's not really a Z-axis when it comes to collision. So...
Come now! Defend yourself!
I've beaten Mega Man 3 without getting hit. I can also beat Super Metroid in about an hour and a half. I forget my exact time. I have several speedrun times I'm actually pretty proud of. So I suppose I could add that too. Hello, Zereth. Play slots. All right. Lol. Darkrai. No, I do not, Lord Garamond, because of what is required in order to make that happen. Which not only is something I'm not willing to do, but it will also be an extraordinarily boring slog. Like, most people don't talk about that. The genocide route in that game is a boring-ass slog. FF11, Colgrim.
And you, I assume, must be the Grey Warden I've heard so much about.
You've heard of me.
One can hardly get a word out of the Regent besides Warden these days. It's surpassed even gold in popularity.
No, that's not true. I can think of a game more boring to stream than FF11. EverQuest. The original. How do you know Loghain?
Yes, you would be curious about that, wouldn't you? I've heard that you're trying to erode Loghain's support. It must be a difficult task, yes, like washing away a mountain. Perhaps you could use some help.
This should be good.
Sarcasm is beneath us both, my dear Warden. Truth be told, there was always a limit to how long we were going to be able to operate here. We've paid for many of Loghain's troops, but once the Landsmeet is done, we become inconvenient. So, here is my offer. 100 sovereigns from you for a letter with the seal of the Terran of Gwaren upon it, implicating him in all of this. Then, we leave a few days earlier than planned with our profits and remaining slaves unharmed.
I feel dirty. We're not considering this, are we?
So, do we have a deal? Even you must admit it's much better than resorting to barbarism, yes?
Tell you what. I have a counteroffer.
Interesting.
Leave the elves and the letter. Take your money and go.
Oh, no, that won't do. These elves are worth... Well, the entire trip isn't profitable without them, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Have you anything else to suggest?
Such a damn shame. I suggest you keep your screaming to a minimum.
Oh, a comedian.
So hang on. I don't always succeed at this, but if I do, it's always amusing. There's round one. There's round two. Sometimes what the AI does here kind of varies, and I don't always get that initial knockdown. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I wanted out of this situation. You have fun down there. By the way, this is the perfect time to do Storm of the Century. I even referenced this a bit ago.
Let's fight it or die! Shoot! On it.
A blood sacrifice for power! A blood sacrifice for power!
It's you or me, and it isn't going to be me.
Enough! Enough!
Oh no!
Seems your reputation is an accurate one. I surrender.
Right. No.
Wait! Hear me out, dear lady. Were I to use the life force of the remaining slaves here, I could augment your physical health a great deal. Allow me to leave this place alive, and I would be more than happy to do this little service for you.
Little service? He is talking of blood magic. Surely you would not consider such a thing.
When? Do you really think I give a crap if it's blood magic? Especially since the real thing here is he's willing to kill all the people we're here to rescue in order to give me a +1 to Constitution.
Most wise.
Then, I don't suppose you would consider just, letting me go?
No.
Well, that is a shame, isn't it?
I'm still frozen. Wait. Oh god, I'm frozen! He's getting away because I'm frozen!
You don't look like a Tevinter. Not that it means much. Are you one of them? What happens to us now?
Oh yeah, that's your introduction to the Tevinter, by the way. Nice folk. You are now my slaves.
Shiani? Did she send you here? Praise the Maker. We will not trespass long on your good graces. Come, everyone. Let's go home.
Now. Let me write down Colgrim some, because I actually never wrote it down. And that's going towards Guild Wars 2. Is HOI 4 on the list? I know a mod for HOI 4 is on the list. I will probably at some point, Mouses, but as usual, I don't decide that. You guys do. And Starfield is not funded. It's not even close to funded. Also, I'm not exactly the kind of hit the iron while the iron's hot kind of a streamer. Never have been. Thank you, Wenlock. I will go ahead and jot that down for satisfactory. Okay, we'll put it down for the mod. Which I can't remember the name of. Reason. Old World Blues, that's the one, that's the one. Hey look, slaver documents. Sweet. Also a decent road. Well, I'd open this, but you know, I can't change my party members here. Oh. Cool. Moving on. Let's go beat the game. So that was our last side quest. Yay.
I'm sorry if I was rude to you before. Andraste's ass, you'd think I'd learned some social graces. Anyway, what I mean by all this is... thank you.
Nah, I don't like cats.
There she is! Now, no crowding. Let the good sir breathe.
What are
There
you...
are a lot of unfortunates in the alienage, sir. Many veterans, orphans, the diseased, and sad tales of all sorts.
I still don't have my parents.
Yes, sir. And poor Oli still doesn't have his parents. Anything you can spare would be appreciated.
Correct, Lord Harriman. I'm also since we're going to be using the keep for Inquisition because we have to, I'll probably kind of edit it a little bit when we get there. So the whole group of you, you're all beggars.
After the riot, many people were left without a home, sir. Don't have a copper between us.
You're like a hero here, good sir. Oli and I hadn't eaten for a week before you showed up.
Even that fellow in the fine outfit.
Found it?
You aren't a real beggar.
All I heard was there was free coin over here. Fine.
Every one of us. Except the one you rightly pointed out. All of us are unfortunates.
Here.
Oh, huzzah! Huzzah for the hero of the Denerim!
All of us are eating tonight.
Speaking as someone who has been lived at a point in his life where I wasn't sure if or when my next meal would be, here. That's a fun sensation, by the way. Being hungry, that sucks for a lot of reasons. But the psychological knowledge of not being sure when you're going to eat next, it's hard to describe. It's like this really awful, sticky blend of uncertainty and fear. It's this whole thing. It's really messed up. I strongly hope that nobody currently listening to these words ever has to experience that. I have played Shadow of the Colossus, and it's the worst game in the universe. Yeah, as the old saying goes, give food, not money. If they're real, they'll probably appreciate it more. If they're real, they probably also don't know what to do with money properly. If they're fake, they might be pissed off about it, which is another perfectly good reason to not give them money.
So I'm guessing someone told Honora I was planning to steal her throne. She has a nasty glare. Did anyone mention this wasn't my idea? I think she's a great queen. As far as I'm concerned, she's welcome to it.
Ah, you'll be a great king.
Really? Whatever will give you that idea?
You look good with a crown.
Well, it's nice that you think so. What do you think I should do? Go ahead and be king, just to let it happen?
Yeah.
Maybe not. There's good reasons for me to be king. I know that. I just thought Honora didn't seem like such a bad choice. It's just that everything I've heard about Queen Honora is that she's the one who really ruled here, not Cailan. She's smart, tough, determined. Well, I feel a bit like Cailan's substitute. I think I'll be better off against the Darkspawn. All right, Alistair, enough whining. Thank you, Alistair. That's excellent advice. I'll do my best.
Honestly, I agree with Alistair.
About the whining? I know. Someone really needs to slap that one around.
Alistair disapproves.
Ah, there you are. I was about to send out a search party. I've been hearing of a great commotion in the alienage. What exactly happened there?
Loghain was collaborating with a Tevinter slaver.
Make her forgive me. I should be appalled that such a thing could exist here. But I'm overjoyed you can implicate Loghain. We must end the civil war quickly. What the Blight does not corrupt in this land, politics surely will. The last of our allies have arrived in the city. We cannot delay any longer. I will call for the Landsmeet to convene. Bring Alistair and join me at the palace as soon as you are ready, Warden.
Anyways, to answer you more legitimately, Act, I'm not a huge fan of Shadows of the Colossus. I don't dislike it, I'm just not particularly into it. I've never felt the real desire to keep gushing upon it like, well, you know, most people do.
I hope Eamon doesn't expect me to give a speech. Maker, he probably does, doesn't he? Oh.
Which is funny, because Alistair's speech is actually legit. Well, honestly, yeah, Gum Gum. Like, I think Shadows of the Colossus gets by... We were talking about this just the other day. By being more unique than good. It has several very unique, very interesting aspects to it. And honestly, several of the fights, like several individual fights, are pretty legit. Especially the last one. But as it, like, if you look at the whole game, the best speech in fiction? Alright, we all know the best speech in fiction. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day!
Right.
Okay, that's actually a meme answer, although it is a good speech. It is a surprisingly good speech. But no, there's a lot better than that. Yeah, let's just bring the power combo. This is just our final team right here. It'll go away in Awakening when we get some more specializations, Jordan. Yeah, there's a lot of good speeches. There's multiple good speeches in Lord of the Rings. There are several really good speeches in Star Trek. There's the speech in Babylon 5. I suppose I should do this. And if you haven't heard the speech in Babylon 5, I can even share it without my niece being spoiled from Babylon 5. Because I can do that. The Doctor has a few good ones. Give me a sec. I like this. I googled Jakar speech, and it was literally the first result. Let's see if I can find a transcript of this thing here. No, I need the whole speech. I haven't seen Andor, unfortunately, so I can't speak to that one. Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding.
Hi.
No dictator, no invader can hold an imprisoned population by force of arms forever. There's no greater power in the universe than the need for freedom, and against that power, governments and tyrants and armies cannot stand. The Centauri learned this lesson once, and we will teach it to them again, though it take 1,000 years. We will be free. That's not the whole speech, because I can't find the whole goddamn speech. But that's the end of that speech. It's a good speech. Alistair, what are you doing? Yep, okay. Does Babylon 5 any bad episodes? You know, I really have better things to do than this with my time. I just want you to know that.
Let's get started.
Yeah, Grace 17 is as close to Babylon 5 gets as a bad episode. Although, actually, no, there's also TKO. So, I mean, I hate to say this, but this sounds persnickety. It kind of depends on how you define a bad episode. Do you mean bad for Babylon 5? Yeah, every show has bad episodes, in general. But if you mean, like, bad relative to all television, Bab 5 doesn't go that far down. It does, but, like, other shows tend to go further down, you know what I mean? Put it to you this way, there was no Babylon 5 Lamentation. No black. But there were a few blues.
Warden, I am not surprised it has come to this. And Alistair, if you were even remotely worthy of being called Marik's son, you would already be in the Landsmeet, now wouldn't you? You have torn Ferelden apart to oppose the very man who ensured you were born into freedom. But do not think you will get past me to desecrate the Landsmeet itself. The nobles of Ferelden will confirm my lord as regent, and we can finally put this to rest once you are gone.
Do you really not see what Loghain is doing?
Do you mean to talk me into betraying my lord? There are not such words in all language to make that happen, Warden. Now let us end this! To arms, men!
Okay. Well, alright. This is happening, I guess. You, Alistair.
Let's make this quick!
Let's get started.
Flailing. So anyways, that sucks. Because... yeah, we just failed to talk her out of that, and I'm not actually sure how or why. This fight sucks, and I really don't want to fight it. Alright, let's do this slightly differently. Come on. Right there. No, don't. That'll do. This. This, and then this, and then this. Do it, do it. Stop being stunned! Goddamn stun machines! You have too much health. Do one last blast, which should do this. Potion, pop a potion, there we go. That should do both of these. Nope, I'm wrong.
Time for some fun!
Need that thing to die. Okay. God damn. You saw me do the talkie option. She's the one who was like, no, die, I'm dumb. Yeah, sure. We'll switch to that. Oh my god. Either way, Sir Cothrian is now dead, as it should be. Moving on. If we rolled a 1. Moving on.
Right.
I mean, in the main timeline, I killed her back at the prison.
Of the Landsmeet. Tyrn Loghain would have us give up our freedoms, our traditions, out of fear. He placed us on this path, yet we should place our destiny in his hands? Must we sacrifice everything good about our nation to save it?
A fine performance, Aemon. But no one here is taken in by it. You would attempt to put a puppet on the throne, and every soul here knows it. The better question is who will pull the strings. Ah! Here we have the puppeteer. Tell us, Warden, how will the Orlesians take our nation from us? Will they deign to send their troops, or simply issue their commands through this would-be prince? What do they offer you? How much is the price of Ferelden honor now?
And there's just, it's really odd. I know I keep saying this, but it really deserves to be repeated. Loghain is just so far gone at this point. And the worst part is, as things descend, like as things spiral out of control, which has been happening the whole game, by the way, he's been getting worse. The fact that he legitimately, and I say this strictly, he legitimately believes this is an Orlesian plot. He legitimately thinks that we are working alongside the Orlesians to betray the country back into their control. Now, hang on. I should probably mention, there is some evidence that that was an actual plot Orlais was actually scheming on. So, make of that what you will. Because he's just... No, not the Blight. No. You can't plan for Blight. What I mean by that is before the Blight even became part of the equation, there's evidence that Selene was kind of working towards either a joint coordination with, or essentially one nation, like pulling Orlais and Ferelden into a single nation kind of a deal. Which I'm sure there's real-life examples of I could use, but for some reason I can't think of one, so I'm just going to go with Mech Warrior. He's trying to pull a... Of course, now I can't think of their names either. Oh my god. Anyways, the point being is that he's gone. He's bonkers, he's dumb, and he's stupid. Do I think the Royal Legion's using the Blight as a pretext? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. A Castile and an Aragon. Thank you. That's a good example of this. I hate to tell you this, but I'm not the one who betrayed Ferelden, Loghain.
Some of us are curious, Loghain, about precisely what happened at Ostagar.
So, one of Kaelin's killers would dare speak of betrayal. You led our king to his death with your grandiose tales of griffins flying into battle.
Again, I really think he believes everything he says here, with a couple of exceptions. It's shocking. Oh yeah, by the way, you allowed Rendon Howe to imprison and torture innocent people.
The Warden speaks truly. My son was taken under cover of night. The things done to him, some of them are beyond any healer's skill.
Howe was responsible for himself. He will answer to the Maker for any wrongs committed in this life, as must we all. But you know that. You were the one who murdered him. Whatever Howe may have done, he should have been brought before the Seneschal. There is no justice in butchering a man in his home.
Right. So, what you're saying is there's justice in selling elves to the Tevinter.
Selling elves? Explain this, Loghain.
This is war. Did you believe it would be like the old tales? Knights with pennants flying over battlefields where all outcomes are decided simply and with honor. War is cruel. Every soul who fought alongside Maric knows this. And in it, there are no such things as innocence, only the living and the dead, and the degrees of guilt both bear. Sacrifices were made. If they were too great, the Maker will judge me for it. But enough of this. I have a question for you, Warden. What have you done with my daughter?
What are you talking about?
You took my daughter, our queen, by force, killing her guards in the process. What arts have you employed to keep her? Does she even still live?
I believe I can speak for myself. Lords and ladies of Ferelden, hear me. This warden has slandered and defamed Ferelden's greatest hero in a bid to put an impostor on Merric's throne.
Yeah, screw you too.
My father will always do what must be done for Ferelden, and it is clear to me now that you will not.
Who here can say that Anora is not fit to rule this land? And who can say that this Alistair is? We know nothing of him, save that he may have royal blood. For 5 years, Anora has been queen, and proven herself worthy of the Theron name. She can lead our people through this crisis, and I can lead her armies. My lords and ladies, our land has been threatened before. It's been invaded and lost and won times beyond counting. We Fereldans have proven that we will never truly be conquered so long as we are united. We must not let ourselves be divided now. Stand with me, and we shall defeat even the Blight itself!
Southreach stands with the Grey Wardens.
The Warden helped me personally in a family matter.
Waking Sea stands with the Grey Warden.
Dragon's Peak supports the Warden!
Western Hills is with you, Loghain. Maker help us.
I stand by Loghain. We've no hope of victory otherwise.
I'm with Loghain. Who else could defeat the Blight? Loghain, I'm with you.
This bodes ill for us all.
Okay.
The Landsmeet has spoken. Following these Grey Wardens has cost us our king. We must not allow it to cost us our country. I charge Eamon, Alistair, and this Warden with treason. Take these traitors outside to await execution.
To arms! We will not be taken without a fight!
Also, that would have kind of screwed over Ferelden, but, you know, I don't think they even know that.
For Ferelden!
I've never failed this either. I'd actually be curious to figure out what thing, because I failed by 1 vote. Let's look that up really quick. I'm curious what I screwed up. It's okay, I didn't know what I was doing anyways, but, you know. Oh, yeah. Vaughn. That's actually the first thing I did. Yeah. I did all the side quests, Jordan, but I deliberately killed Vaughn, so... Yeah. Yeah, I should have lied. Well, since it's the same fight anyways. Doodly.
For Ferelden!
Hang on, let's rewind. One more step.
Right.
What do they offer you? How much is the price of Ferelden honor now?
There are enough refugees in Mybanor now to make that abundantly clear.
The South is fallen, Loghain. Will you let Darkspawn take the whole country for fear of Orlais?
The Blight is indeed real, Wolf. But do we need Grey Wardens to fight it? They claim that they alone can end the Blight, yet they failed spectacularly against the Darkspawn at Ostagar. And they asked to bring with them 4 legions of Chevaliers. And once we open our borders to the Chevaliers, can we really expect them to simply return from whence they came?
So, yeah, there's the other line of things. We don't know if that's an exaggerated number or not, but if that's 4 legions, that's bonkers. 4 legions of Chevaliers with 100 Grey Wardens backing them could probably crack the Blight right now. Hang on a sec. There we go. We'll go with the slavery thing?
What's this?
There we go.
There is no slavery in Ferelden! Explain yourself!
There is no saving the alienage. Damage from the riots has yet to be repaired. There are bodies still rotting in their homes. It is not a place I would send my worst enemy. There is no chance of holding it if the Blight comes here. Despite what you may think, Warden, I have done my duty. Whatever my regrets may be for the elves, I have done what was needed for the good of Ferelden.
Yeah, but it's a dialogue we didn't actually hear last time, which is why I want to show that. Was sending an apostate to poison Eamon your duty as well?
I assure you, Warden, if I were going to send someone, it would be my own soldiers. I would not trust to the discretion of an apostate.
Indeed, my brother tells a very different tale. He says you snatched a blood mage from the Chantry's justice. Coincidence?
Do not think the Chantry will overlook this, Teyrn Loghain. Interference in a Templar's sacred duties is an offense against the Maker.
Whatever I have done, I will answer for later. At the moment,
okay, so now we've caught up to
what this Warden has done with my daughter.
Chevaliers are the elite soldiers of Orlais. They're the reason Orlais has any real power at all. Because for all their wealth and prestige, they have a hell of a military. And it sits on the back of the Chevaliers. They are well-trained, very well-experienced, very well-equipped. And they stomp. Now, there's some other asterisks there, but let's save that for later. All you need to know right now is that those are the big boys. So, I'm sorry, what are you on about?
Lords and ladies of Ferelden, hear me.
Oh, when she turned on us. What a shock. She seemed like such a nice despot.
It has become...
Dragon's Peak supports the Warden!
The Western Hills throw their lot in with the Wardens. Make her help us.
I stand by Loghain. We've
So that
no
should be
hope of
enough.
victory otherwise.
I'm with Loghain. Who else could defeat the Blight? Loghain, I'm with you.
This bodes ill for us all. The lad following these.
Oh wow, we failed again. Oh well. Oh well, let's just kill them all. It's not like it really changes anything. Yeah, we might need Anora because we didn't save Vaughn. And you know what? Honestly, I'm okay with that. All these people get to die because Vaughn died, and it's just a worthy sacrifice at that point. No, we do not need Anora. Trust me, we don't need Anora. By the way, hi, Eva. Anora, it's actually irritating to me. It's the only thing I don't like about the Landsmeet. The game treats Anora as the win card. It's actually hard to lose. In fact, I'm not even sure if it's possible to lose the Landsmeet if you have Anora on your side.
You or me,
And I don't mind there being a win button, but it being her has never sat well with me. No, not just because I dislike her. Like, why is she the win button here? Okay, so apparently it is actually possible to lose with Anora. But the only way to get Anora on your side is to be, like, horrifically evil, and I'm not doing that, so... Loghain, could you leave me alone for 5 seconds, please? Thanks. Now, when I say leave me alone, I'm not actually speaking facetiously. There we go. I'm pretty sure there's a dialogue option I didn't pick or something. If we die again, I'll try again. It's whatever. I mean, killing all the nobles would probably be a net positive. Well, first of all, you have to side with Anora, Lord Hepburn. Second of all, we have to condemn Alistair to a life of being married to her, and I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. That's true, I could have pledged my support and then withdrawn it. We can also kill Alistair.
Name, stop!
That's another thing we can do.
We will have order.
Agreed. Let there be no further bloodshed in the Landsmeet.
Alistair's right to the throne is challenged. His challenger's honor is in doubt. In the past, such disputes were settled by duel. Will the Landsmeet agree?
Yes, if it will avoid further bloodshed. But it must be fought according to tradition, by strength of arms only, in single combat until one party yields. Do you accept the terms?
Yeah.
It is you or me the men will follow. So, let us fight for it. Prepare yourself.
Noise. And finally, the armor pays off. Time to kill Loghain, once and for all.
This should be easy enough.
Wonderful.
Yeah, but see, Loghain, the thing here is that I'm a mage.
Well done.
There's only a couple of ways this can go, really. Sec. Yeah, we can just use blood magic right here. What, this doesn't look like strength of arms, do you?
I underestimated you, Warden. I thought you were like Kalen, a child wanting to play at war. I was wrong. There's a strength in you that I have not seen anywhere since Marek died. I yield.
I accept your surrender.
I didn't just hear you say that. You're going to let him live? After everything he's done? Kill him already!
Wait. There is another option. Batean is a warrior and general of renown. Let him be of use. Let him go through the joining.
You want me to make him a warden? Why?
There are 3 of us in all of Ferelden, and there are compelling reasons to have as many wardens on hand as possible to deal with
Which
the
he still hasn't told us about, by the way.
Joining itself is often fatal, is it not? If he survives...
Shut up, Honora!
You have your revenge. Doesn't that satisfy you?
Absolutely not! Riordan, this man abandoned our brothers and then blamed us for the deed. He hunted us down like animals. He tortured you. How can we simply forget that?
No, Riordan does have a point, though.
Joining the Wardens is an honor, not a punishment. Name him a Warden and you cheapen us all. I will not stand next to him as a brother. I won't!
You realize we do need all the help we can get, Alistair, right?
Loghain is a traitor. We need him like we need to be stabbed in the back. Or have you forgotten how his being a great general didn't help the last time? I didn't want to be king. I still don't. But if that's what it takes to see Loghain get justice, then I'll do it. I'll take the crown.
Listen to this. Can you see how disastrous a king he'd be? Putting his own selfish desires above the needs of his country.
Yeah, could you imagine doing that, Honora? Yeah, no, take the crown, Honora. Because, you know, it's the only option. Because, well, this game is actually rather pigeonholed when it comes to the Landsmaid.
You're siding with her? How could you do this to me? You, of all people.
I thought you hated the idea of being a king.
What is wrong with you? I thought we were friends. Now you're siding with a man who killed Duncan.
That's real... Alistair, you're getting hysterical.
I'm not. I'm perfectly lucid. I will not stand beside Loghain, and neither should you. I guess I don't have any choice, do I? I'm leaving.
I'm afraid it's not so simple as that, Alistair.
You already got what you wanted. Your murdering father gets a place amongst the Grey Wardens. What else could you want from me?
Your life, unfortunately. So long as you live, rebellions can be raised in your name. Our land cannot endure another civil war.
Nice lady.
For your execution.
No.
This is what you would ask? Very well. Though I think it a mistake. Alistair, you may leave on condition that you swear before this Landsmeet that you renounce all claim to the throne for yourself and all your heirs.
That's what it'll take, huh? Fine. I don't want anything to do with this place or any of you people. Ever. I swear it. Time for me to go. Good luck. You'll need it if he actually survives the joining.
You don't actually have to leave, Alistair.
You heard Honora. I do, or I get to join Duncan. Nice, huh? Have fun ending the Blight. Or whatever. I guess you made your decision, right? So goodbye.
And he's off. We will see him one more time in Dragon Age 2.
Lords and ladies of Ferelden, there is still a Blight to defeat and armies to gather, and I appoint this woman to lead us in both. We will not allow this land be further threatened by the Archdemon. Gather your forces and await the Warden's command. On the morrow, we shall begin our struggle against the greatest threat Ferelden has ever faced. And
my voice acting!
For we are Ferelden.
We won't be seeing Alistair in Inquisition, Colvin.
You are called upon to submit yourself to the Taint for the greater good. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden.
I understand.
And he lives.
So it's done. My father lives, and for good or ill, he is now a Grey Warden. Thank you for giving him the opportunity to undergo the ritual. It couldn't have been easy.
Your betrayal didn't help anything, by the way.
I was trying to protect my father. Is that so wrong? I wanted a solution that worked for you as well as I. And I think we have it.
Don't lie to
Jarl
me.
Eamon has
Don't lie to me.
and tells me that our armies have almost fully gathered there. I will be heading there myself. Bring your companions and join us at Redcliffe Castle as soon as you are able. You have united for Elden Warden. Now we face the Blight.
So, that was the Landsmeet. This is kind of an interesting one from a review perspective. Let's get the good out of the way first. The Landsmeet is reasonably well acted, well presented in most cases, and allows for some cool stuff. Gameplay-wise, from a purely gameplay perspective, the Landsmeet is a universal positive, in my opinion. It's a gross positive. Because it allows for a lot of really cool permutations of whether you do certain types of quests, how the fights can go. There's a decent amount of ways that can go, even if it all boils down to two things. Technically three. So gameplay-wise, cool. Let me go ahead and jot down some notes here. Yeah, exactly, Jordan. You get it. Some really good variety and some good choices gameplay. Story-wise, BioWare has a pattern which they like to use. There's two options, and occasionally there's a third option, which is almost always the better option. They tried to play with this with the ending of Mass Effect 3 and failed at it, but let's not get into that right now. Point is, this is really, really common right here. This is how BioWare likes to do their approach to things. Brazilian Forest is actually a perfect example of that. You can kill the elves, you can kill the werewolves, or you can do the third option. The Landsmeet tries to pull this off, but it is my honest opinion that it's the worst example of this in BioWare history. And I mean that, not exaggeratively. Because there's option A, which is siding with Alistair. There's option B, which is siding with Loghain. And then there's option C, which is having both, but only under specific circumstances. And that's the actual thing here. Who actually becomes king or queen, whatever, doesn't even matter. Because the choice comes down to Alistair or Loghain. And oh yeah, excuse me, there is also siding with yourself if you're the human noble. Although, actually, that ends up siding with Alistair if you go with that. Because, again, that bypasses the real choice here. The choice is, does Loghain live or die? That's the actual choice of the Landsmeet. So are Alistair and Loghain mutually exclusive? No. There is one way. I think there's actually two ways. But there's one way in order to make sure that Loghain lives and Alistair lives and doesn't go off to become a drunk. The what, Equalitus? Evo misunderstands me, of course. There's one way to make... Oh, God. I apparently cannot actually explain this properly. Because everyone's constantly contradicting me in chat. So let me try to explain this very, very, very simply. You can never have Alistair and Loghain in the party at the same time. But there's one way to have Loghain and Alistair on your side. For Alistair to be alive and well and cool, and for Loghain to be alive and well and cool. And there's only one way to do that I know of, and that's hardening Alistair, and having Alistair marry Anora, and then fighting Loghain, and then sparing Loghain. Whether or not you win the Landsmeet doesn't actually matter. As weird as that may sound, because both outcomes end up the same way. All roads lead to Rome. So, that's the outcome which leads to, that's the golden ending. I think that option sucks, to be very, very blunt. I don't consider that to be a golden ending. It is the best way I could describe that is it's a double bad in exchange for a good. So I'm not sure I'm with that. But then there's the fact that the two sides we have both suck. Because we either just kill Loghain, which is a damned shame, and also, to be very blunt, misses out on some very cool cameos in both of the next coming games. Well, that's a lie. But in Awakening and in Inquisition is what I mean by that, excuse me. And just chopping off Loghain's head rather than any other option, of which there are many, including the one they actually mentioned in the game. So it's, no, dead or join. And that's not great. And then Alistair, as was pointed out in chat, throws a goddamn tantrum about the whole thing. Now, Alistair being upset about this makes perfect freaking sense. But if you pay attention, there's a lot of interesting and rather messed up stuff we could do throughout the course of the game that Alistair doesn't even raise a mention about and doesn't care about. But then during this whole thing, Alistair just goes full hardline because, again, Alistair cannot be a fine in the fine category alongside Loghain unless you follow the golden path already mentioned. I can tell I'm explaining this badly because nobody's getting it. Loghain can appear in Inquisition, yes. Yeah, you just kill Connor, the kid, the mage kid, and Alistair's like, oh, that sucks. Alistair deciding, like, Alistair knows being a Grey Warden is a death sentence. Alistair knows that being a Grey Warden is being conscripted into, like, an unpleasant future, which will never go further. And it's just... It's actually... that's not true, Lord Haremont. The problem is, we have 3 bad options for various reasons. And one of them is bad because of my disagreement with the writers. One of them is bad because it actually removes content from the game. And one of them is bad because I feel it's out of character. And that's my overall complaint here. I feel like of all of the options presented, none of them are well written. And that's my point. Whether I agree with them or not, whether I care or not, does not matter, because this is a review. So from the perspective of a review, none of these are well constructed, in my opinion. This feels very, very fake drama. We have a whole category just for this. It feels like something has been shoved up against the wall, and the writer's just like, now you gotta choose! Do you want to have the milk, or do you want to have the tea? Choose one or die. And it's just, it feels like they're trying way, way too hard to push this scenario. And it's irritated me since the first time I played the game. But really going through and sitting down and studying it off camera and playing this game multiple times and doing the full analysis mode, it feels like milk up. We have killed all tea forever. This puppy is now dying because you have chosen milk. Drama. It feels extremely forced. It actually reminds me about there's a choice in Mass Effect. I'm trying to remember which one. It's one of the choices which has it's the exact same problem, and we gave a negative for it for the exact same problem, because yeah, it does feel like a cop out. It feels forced. It feels like we should be like, well, hang on, why don't we no, okay. The world will explode if you choose T. Everybody will die if you choose T. Now, I'm only going to give it one negative, because I don't think it's the worst, but I do think this is a flaw of the story. I honestly think that this needed more time in the writer's room to be massaged in order to work out some of the nuances of this scene, in order to make it actually gel the way it probably should have. Because even if the decision, which clearly was not, was to have 3 bad options, that's actually fine, especially for what they're going for. But it's clearly not what they're going for, and even if it was 2 good options and a bad, or sorry, 2 bad options and a good option, I still don't think they manage it because of the specifics of the bad options. Oh, one other thing. I don't mind earning my golden ending. How exactly do you think you stumble onto the golden ending of this particular path without a walkthrough? We raised this complaint with Witcher 3, although we haven't reviewed Witcher 3 under the current circumstance. But the nothing indicates how to get the Golden Path here. In fact, nothing indicates it's even possible. The game very, very, very clearly emphasizes that it's choose Loghain or choose Alistair, and that's it. Oh, but also, if you happen to pick one dialogue option during a side quest you may or may not have done, and essentially the dialogue option is to be a dick to Alistair. That's just, and you can say whatever you want about hardening. No, it's being a dick to him. If you actually read the dialogue option, it's you should just start to learn that other people are just out for themselves. And it's really kind of a strange dialogue option to pick after someone was just rejected by the long-lost sister he was longing for and thought was going to be his beloved family. But you get my point. The fact that you have to be like, huh? Out of absolutely nowhere. And that one dialogue option is what suddenly unlocks the ability to make this go forward is weird. So, I am actually going to give a negative for the both actually hardening things, because both of them are very walkthrough-itis-y and have a pretty substantial impact on how the story can go. The Liliana one is better. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take that back. I'm just going to give the one negative for the Alistair one, because the Liliana one is, it's kind of obvious. She's like, oh my god, I'm questioning myself, I'm questioning my beliefs. Maybe Marjolaine is right, and then you can confirm or deny. Alistair's thing just kind of pops up immediately after the dialogue with his sister. And you could just, again, you could just be a dick to him. And it's like, oh, okay. I will never put it towards dispels, Eleazar. I'll put it towards it if you spell it right. That's the deal. You gotta spell it right. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, could you honestly, like, I'm sorry. I know not everyone cares about Alistair, and that's fine. But I want you to legitimately think about this. Imagine there's a friend of yours. And a friend has just had something really, like, awful happen to them, right? And you say, well, yeah, that's just life. Suck it up, Buttercup. And that's the correct choice there. Yeah, why are you grieving? She's dead, bro. Move on. It is. I mean, I'm saying it jokingly in order to soften the blow, because, like, if Evo reached out to me right now and said, Lore, you know, I have a great friend, and that friend just you know, died. And I say, well, yeah, people die all the time. Get over it. Really picture that. Picture how that would feel in the moment. Picture how much of just in the face awful that would be. I wouldn't blame Evo if she stopped being my friend if I said that to her. That is terrible. Yeah, that would feel like, bam, is exactly what that should feel like. Anyways, I apologize. Point being, even ignoring all of that, I do think that it's a bit of walkthrough-itis. That's a negative. Moving on. You know, I didn't know that, Lord Harriman. That would make a lot more sense. There it is. Yeah, if I have to go Google something, if I have to go look up hardening and also softening, we'll get to that in Inquisition, then oh wow. Now, you're probably wondering, why are we letting Loghain live for the review? The answer is actually extraordinarily simple. Content. This is still a review. And one of the things we try to do with reviews is to showcase as much of the content as is possible, reasonable, and feasible. Having Loghain alive leads to more content. Ergo, we're kind of hands tied on this one. Could someone tell Elazar I did get his donation, please? Just to make sure. And I did get it for Disciples Gold, even though it's not spelled that way. But yeah, he's extra content, and so that's mandatory. It's mandatory in order to do it for the sake of the review. Because leaving Alistair alive does get us a really cool speech. Would you care to elaborate on that extremely inaccurate statement, Lord Harriman? Because I'm curious what you're talking about. Too true, Genocida. Too true. How do you get Alistair there instead of Loghain? No, real question, because Alistair is either drunk or king. Or dead. I'm not being facetious. I know we joke a lot, Lord Harriman, but how do you manage to get him to be a warden, but not king, but not dead? How? I have no knowledge of how that's even possible. In fact, during our Inquisition playthrough, he was, you know, king. Oh, Anora rules by herself. Gotcha. That's how. That's how. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And we have to murder Loghain. In his stupid, ugly, dumb, stupid, terrible, worthless, ugly... Oh, sorry. We have to kill Kain, everybody. So, hi, Loghain.
Yes.
Welcome to the party. Let's bring Zevran.
Yes.
And that's actually it for the moment. Well, no, let's bring Wynn, too.
Yes.
Yeah. So technically we could go do a final roundup of some side quests right now, but we're not because we have. But we do want to set up Loghain a little bit. I've been holding on to a couple things for him. Or not? Uh-oh. Oh, God. Did Alistair take his gear? Oh, God, Alistair took my gear. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, huh. You remember when I stripped Alistair down? That was actually why. That was the specific reason why. And then everyone complained about it, so I put his gear back on so they would stop complaining. And now I've lost my gear. Thanks, everybody. That, honestly, that is its own negative. Now, hang on. If Zevran betrays us, can we loot his gear off of him? When Leliana and, I think, Wynn turn on us on the Ashes, can we loot their gear off of them? Let's see. We can provoke Oghren into attacking us. We just leave Shale there. We leave Sten to die. No, I was... Lord Harriman was correct, Yura. I was deliberately not going for a specific ending. I was just kind of doing content like this was a normal playthrough. So while we got a lot of support in the Landsmeet, that was only because I was doing side quests, not because I was deliberately trying to craft an outcome for the Landsmeet. All of this is going to be thrown out the window, by the way, when it comes to Inquisition, because it is anyways. We have to use the keep, so we'll be redesigning it a bit when we get there. Oh my god, Kira White Noise. Yeah, I was about to see. Nope, that is a negative. That is bad design. That's just kind of what that is. So sorry. So I said there's no more side quests. Well, I lied. The side quest of leveling Zevran still exists. I believe in you, Zevran. Actually, no. Don't grab that. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna do the last side quest. You can only leave Loghain alive and Alistair alive and still part of the group if you harden him and marry him to Anora. Let me walk that back. If you harden him. I don't know if he has to marry Anora in order for that to stop. Because maybe you just harden him and then Anora's queen and then you spare Loghain. I'm not sure about that one. But I know he has to be hardened for both to be alive. That's how that is. Lol, Lord Aramont. What does it mean to harden him? We've said that 15,000 times, but I don't mind blaming you. So I want you to imagine, Yura, that you've just come to me and you're like, oh god, my mother just died. And my response is, suck it up, Buttercup. That's what we do to harden him. It changes a few of his dialogue options, but for the most part, it doesn't really have a large-scale effect until we get to these last few quests, in which case it completely changes how you can progress through the game. So, what's going on here? There's a uniform of King Kaelin's honor guard. I fought alongside that man in Ostagar. Those are the uniform of Ban Loren, a minor lord well known and little loved for fluidity of his allegiance. And he's dead. Yeah, everyone is out for themselves. You should learn that. Which is just... It's a really unnatural line, especially in the moment. As Lord Harriman has pointed out, the mod does a much better job of getting that across. And as I have pointed out, when you harden Leliana, it is a lot smoother and, you know, better generally designed dialogue option. Oh god, late game archers. Late game archers.
We must have good. This should be easy enough.
Also true, Colgrim, to be very blunt. Like I said, I would not give the negative if Alistair had the cutscene back in the camp like Leliana does. The bad implementation combined with the walkthrough-itis of it is what makes that a negative. Oh no, he's dead.
Thank you. I didn't expect the band's men to notice my escape so quickly. I tried to hide here in the woods, but there wasn't time. And now I'm a dead man.
What do you mean there wasn't time?
You were there in Ostagar. You know how things went. For me, it was either this, or die in some darkspawn's belly, or be hung as a deserter.
Yes, I recognize your face.
You were there with the Grey Wardens, one of Duncan's new recruits. I was to guard the king. He was my friend, understand? Maker. All that time in Ban Loren's prison. And I couldn't stop thinking about all they suffered that one dark night at Ostagar.
At least they didn't suffer long?
Leave it to me to be the one who lingers. But if it's the likes of you who sees me to my final hour, perhaps things happen for a reason. The king entrusted me with the key to the royal arms chest. If anything were to happen to him, he said,
Loghain's right there.
I deliver it to the wardens.
Like, Loghain's right there. I don't know why he's not talking.
The Maker has a sense of humor, doesn't he? I suppose it's for the best, however. Had I kept it, it would be in Ban Loren's hands by now.
But you said Kaelin entrusted it to you.
I was afraid. I thought I would lose it on the battlefield, so I stashed it in the camp. Please, it's probably still there.
Where?
The key's behind a loose stone at the base of a statue. I'll draw a map for you, so you'll know where to search.
It's not a place I thought I'd be returning to so soon, and least of all with you, Grey Warden. If it's not too much to ask of a commanding officer, just keep your moralizing to a minimum.
The events at Ostagar still haunt my thoughts, Warden. If that is where we are headed, I would like to accompany you.
It is vital that the King's documents do not fall into the wrong hands. As for Marik's sword, it is too powerful to be pawed at by those monsters. Same for the King's other arms and armor. And if you happen to find Kaelin's body, see it off. He was our king. He shouldn't be left to rot amidst the Darkspawn's filth.
And then he dies.
Did you want something?
So why do you hate Orlais so much?
Hate doesn't describe it. I've seen painted, masked lords beat an old farmer to death with riding crops. To this day, I don't know why. Is that hate? I saw good, sensible men fight armored chevaliers with nothing. No weapons, no armies, not even hope of success to see the occupation end. Is that hate?
I mean...
You won't believe me when I tell you this, but it doesn't matter. I never fought because I hated Orlais. This was for Merrick and for Ferelden.
Yeah, you started a civil war for Ferelden?
I didn't want to start a war, I wanted to stop one. I failed. So I suppose my intentions don't amount to much. In any case, there's no use discussing this. We have much work left to do.
Right. Before we move on, though.
Very well, then.
How well did you know Merrick?
He was my friend. If he'd wanted to conquer the Fade, I would have led the charge.
What made him so great?
There are men who inspire such devotion that everyone around would lay down their lives for him. And there are men who would come and go from this world, and no one notes it. What makes them so? Your guess is as good as mine. Merrick was remarkable. That's all I can say of him.
How'd you meet him?
I was hunting, well, poaching, to be entirely honest, when a boy my own age came stumbling out of the woods. He was so dirty, you'd have thought he'd been dug up out of the ground.
What was he running from?
The traitorous bootlickers who'd just murdered the Queen, though I didn't know it at the time. He was bloody, exhausted, and obviously being hunted. I offered to take him to my father's camp.
I'm guessing he was Marek.
Yes. I didn't find out who he was for a while, though. But I've rattled on for too long already. We should get moving.
Right. Hang on, why didn't he acknowledge Alistair?
He nearly did. Merrick was never one to avoid his duty. And given his preference, he would have acknowledged his son no matter the circumstance. But he had more than his honor to think of. It would have ruined Rowan, after all. She'd be reduced to a concubine in the eyes of our neighbors, and put Kaelin's status as heir in question. So Merrick made the hard choice. Eamon offered to raise the boy, and that was that.
So, politics.
Kings don't get the luxury of escaping politics.
Yeah,
but we've been idle long enough. We should get moving.
Hang on, before we go.
Very well, then.
Keep talking, please. Just, God, please keep talking. Don't stop talking to me, Kane. I mean, sorry. Sorry, double checking something. What would you have done if you'd won?
I suppose that depends on how much of the kingdom was left by then. Once the border was secure, the army would have regrouped to push back the Darkspawn in the south.
But the border wasn't in danger.
It's easy to say now. When Chevaliers were massing on our doorstep, things were a little less clear. In any case, there's no use discussing this. We have much work left to do.
But I want you to keep talking.
Very well, then.
Okay. Were you gonna kill Anora?
Anora always did have a flair for the dramatic. She could have been a bard.
That sounds like a no.
Anora is a politician at heart. There's one thing she knows. It's how to move people.
So I broke into the royal palace for nothing.
Well, I'm sure having you come to her rescue gave Anora no small amount of pleasure. But enough about Anora. We ought to get moving.
Is there anything else I could ask you?
Very well, then.
What was she like as a kid?
So far as anyone could tell, she was the undisputed monarch of the whole world. She'd fall, skin her knees, and command them to stop stinging. It may have worked,
So a
too.
spoiled brat?
Guaran sits in between the Brazilian forest and the sea. It's far from the old Tevinter roads. The village by our keep was never even as big as Redcliffe. There were always a few children around. Charcoal burners, sons and daughters mostly, or the children of servants. They formed into noisy gangs in the courtyard for their games. But Anora never joined them.
Why does that not surprise me?
I don't know. Children are in some ways vicious animals, forming packs and defending them from outsiders. Anora was always an outsider. If you're expecting some particular insight into my daughter's character, I'm afraid I'm probably not the best source. I'm hardly impartial.
I mean, you're kind of the only source here. I killed everyone else.
You think so? I'm not certain of that myself. But this is not really the time or place to discuss my daughter. We have work to do.
Is there anything else I could ask you?
Very well, then.
Damn. All right, we're done.
Of course.
So, allow me to say something unpopular. Loghain probably shouldn't be a party member option in this game. Don't mistake me, I think they do some good stuff with him. It's just... Well, you know me. My general perspective tends to be go full tilt or don't even bother. No half measures, right? Because half measures just lead to or failed potential or screw-ups or whatever. And yeah, you notice we can only get him way at the end of the game. We are one step from starting the outro. In fact, normally I'd be closing the guessing game right about now. But yes, Loghain is absolutely late party member syndrome, to a T. And, well, that's the problem. If they could, I'm not even sure how they could have made this work and had him be a full fleshed out, fully interesting party member right at the end here. And so I'm not sure how else they could fix that, which brings me back to my point. Letting him live is fine, but making him a party member to replace Alistair is a very strange choice. It makes me feel like it was a change. Now, this is pure speculation, but we've talked about several times during this playthrough how several bits of the story, most notably those with regards to Loghain, are inconsistent. Because Loghain himself kind of changes in terms of his presentation and his character throughout the course of the game. What I think happened was they had him be Loghain the bad guy, and then somewhere along the line someone got into their mind that, oh no, what if we make him a playable member at the end, and we redeem him and we make him awesome. And so that's the latter half of the game. But you'll notice his paranoia to the point of insanity is fixed because we beat him upside the head. And I know, beating up a friend in order to save them is a common JRPG trope, but... Huh? That's... The more you think about it, especially in a game like this, the more it's just kind of like... Huh? And yeah, the fact that he's this great and brilliant fighter is also a little bit question marky, especially since he's this extremely good... Oh yeah, spoilers, his paranoia is, by all accounts, fixed. You could argue that in this particular game, since he still rants about Orlais, and he's going to do that in about a minute here. But from what we see of him in the future, yeah, no, he has mellowed substantially into the Loghain that was in the latter half, so...
I heard about what happened at Redcliffe. I want to talk to you about it.
By all means, Loghain. Talk to me about it.
I just wanted to thank you. You went out of your way to save the Isle's family, and you did it. Even though it would have been easier not to. There's been so much death and destruction. Well, it makes me feel good that at least we were able to save something. No matter how small. I owed the Isle that much.
Also, just so you know, I'm leaving the party and never returning. And canonically, he's going to go off and become a drunkard. You're welcome, Loghain.
Good. Now that the warm, fuzzy part of the day is over with, we can get back to the ritual dismemberments. Oh, wait, it's not Tuesday, is it?
Yeah, see, the other problem here is Loghain in code is Alistair. I know that sounds strange, but they are, like in terms of programming, they take the same slot, right? I have actually seen bugs before with regards to Alistair and Loghain. Never that kind, never that bad. Because of the fact that they're the same character in terms of programming. Final Fantasy IX is a perfect, and FF6, actually. FF6 and FF9 both use this exact same trick. The very beginning of FF6, all of the party members are present. They're just all Moogles. At a certain point in the game, there's a trigger that fires which turns them from the Moogle into the party member they're supposed to be. It is possible to skip over those triggers if you know what you're doing, and just have Moogles as some of your party members throughout the course of the game. FF9 pulls a similar trick. When you start off the game, you've got Blank, Marcus, and the guy I played. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. And they are the same slots as later party members, so some of their stats and abilities and all that transfers over because they're the same character. And what happens is a switch is triggered, and they get their appearance gets turned into the actual character, and some of their gameplay gets switched around. You know, that could be Dr. Winter. That's valid. But anyways, the main reason I wanted to come here. Cinna, that was it. Cinna.
Well, aren't you sweet and attentive?
Will you have sex with me already?
You want to... Are you sure?
Yes.
I knew you'd come around. Good things come to those who wait, no?
You have no idea how good.
Oh, now you've got me curious.
And then we have sex. In armor.
Hello.
Canonically. I like to think that we actually had sex in the armor. It's like, no. Leave the armor on.
I've been up for some time, but yes, I slept very well. I've just been watching you sleep. Did you know your eyelids flutter when you dream? And you have such pretty eyelashes.
My eyelashes?
Mm-hmm. They're like little butterflies. I want to catch them and keep them in a jar.
That sounds terrifying, actually.
Maybe. I'm so happy, blissful. I haven't slept so well since I was forced to flee from Orlais. Knowing you will be the first thing I see when I wake gives me no small amount of comfort. I feel safe in your arms. Safe, loved and accepted. This is where I belong. Thank you.
Thank you.
I suppose I should get up. We have a long day ahead of us.
I don't know. What's the hurry?
Come on. Darkspawn await with bated breath for you to put them out of their misery.
Yeah, Bioware sex scenes have always sucked.
What are you... Oh, I see. I suppose the Darkspawn will just have to wait a bit longer.
Clang, clang, clang. But I wanted to make sure to lock in the romance, because apparently you have to, like, the specific trigger for each of these has been, is interesting, and in several cases it's having sex with them, so There we are. So we have made love to Leliana. Yay. Alas, subtlety is lost on me. Oh, that's good. Okay. So, now we bring Wynn,
yes,
Loghain, and Barkspawn. Well, Evo is wrong! Extremely, extremely wrong. By all means, enlighten me, because that's news to me. Yes, I did, Von Falkenstein. Why do you ask? Oh, Jesus. Wasn't ready. There's Darkspawn everywhere. I'm confused by this. It's almost like we're in the very center of a gigantic Darkspawn horde right now. Yep, Alistair's gonna be a drunk. Anora's gonna rule by herself. Sierra Arcana. Oh, God.
Let me know when you're done glaring at me, madam. My memories of this place are no fonder than your own.
No. I remember good friends dying in this place, and a man whom I respected as my king.
All I remember is a fool's death and a hard choice. I'd make the same again.
Even knowing all that you know now, Loghain MacTier?
Even so. Come, madam, our bitterness is better spent against the dark spawn than each other.
Yes, Maker forbid that I might waste a whole life's bitterness just on you.
No, it was just a bug on Falkenstein. So what is the Golden Path? Do you mean specifically or as like a concept, Spartan? Specifically in this. The Golden Path is harden Alistair, marry Alistair to Onora, spare Loghain. I guess that's actually it. I mean, there's other stuff, like making sure we get the peaceful option in the forest. The game really wants us to think that Balin is the best option for the dwarves. That's a little more debatable. We have to do Redcliffe. Don't let anybody sacrifice themselves. Go to the Mage Tower. Don't let anybody kill each other. Get the mage's help to save the kid so everybody lives. Yeah, we turn into a giant sandworm thing. It's really gross and creepy and dumb. I think that's everything. Yeah, get Bronca to jump. Very important. Very important. Do not let Bronca live. She does some fun things if she lives. Inventory. I need to sort my inventory, and I don't really want to. Well, I just mentioned it in brief, Spartan. You have to do the Mage Tower as well, which means you have to do the Mage, do Redcliffe to conclusion, do the Mage Tower to conclusion, save everybody in the Mage Tower, save everybody up to the end of the Redcliffe, then go to the Mage Tower and say, "Hey, can you help us enter the Fade?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, no problem. I got your back, yo."
This is annoying.
There you go.
Let us end this.
Pretty sure that's exactly what Irving says. No problem. I've got your back, yo.
Come and get me if you dare!
I mean, I wouldn't, except for the fact that we've still got 3 DLCs worth of content to do. And I need to be gearing everybody up next time I'm in camp. Don't let me forget, by the way. I actually do need to gear up everybody in camp after this. I'm going to just kind of stop looting, though. We're kind of at the point where most of this loot is completely meaningless. Hey, look, it's a chalice. Oh, I should give this to Alistair. Why, Wandering Doll? Why? Yeah, there's still blood inside. Glug, glug, glug.
This cold air is no help for an old woman's bones.
Right.
Go back and search the Darkspawn for anything of value. I'll catch
Oh, yeah, get used to this song. By the way, we're going to be hearing it a lot over the next several hours. From this point on, we're pretty much just fighting Darkspawn, Darkspawn, Darkspawn until we hit the expansion. At which point we'll be fighting more Darkspawn, but at least there will be other things too. In-game archers.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance? Let's get started.
I knew it, Spartan. Get ready for your own golden path. Gotta get that worm chitting going. I am feeling better. I'm just feeling fatigued right now.
Cursed creatures!
Jeez. I haven't gotten any gear for him in a while. You got it. Taking a break. Exactly what I'm doing right now. I already lost 2.5 days of my life to this stupid sickness. I'm not losing any more. It's you. It's you. It's Kate. I should probably set up Logain's stuff. I just realized that. God damn it. Well, the healer's dead, so that's cool. I haven't saved in a minute. I don't bring up for any particular reason. It's a little anecdote, really.
Stay still! Fear is your weakness.
Honestly, this run feels a lot like my first run through this game. It's also, interestingly to note, the only run, that is to say the first run, is the only run I did without a walkthrough.
Does the king's metal feel in your hands, Logain?
I feel nothing, old woman, and your constant prodding for regrets will gain you little.
And what if it had been your daughter in his place? Would you have regrets then?
Had I raised her to be such a fool as that, I'd have been in no better position to save her. What you forget is that your king was beyond saving. The Darkspawn would either have had him or have had us all. Do you really believe we would have been so much better off had I chosen otherwise?
It is my belief that a man who ties his own hands behind his back should not cry foul that there is no one left to defend his king.
Logain, get your own. Wins mine. Okay? Just gonna say that as bluntly as I can. Oh god, I don't want that kind of a job, Spartan. That sounds like hell. Yep, that is better, as expected. Where's Logain? So I want you to have the thing we just picked up. No, not those. There it is. Yeah, have a nice shield, Logain. I mean, I'm kind of okay with it, except for everything about it. If you could just change, like, everything about it, Spartan, I'd be okay with it. Could you do that for me? And there's that chest we decided not to loot because someone wouldn't stop asking me to loot it. You robbed me of loot! I'll never forgive you for this. Game?
Time for some fun! Only one shall
That is... yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I said I was going to set up his thing. Let's just double check him really quick. You are a tank. That's Make sure that you are set up correctly, which it looks like you are. Perfect. Listen, the blight isn't real. Excuse me. Just deal with the blight. Oh wait, the chest is on. The chest is still there.
As you wish.
No, I was robbed. Robbed. Wait, the chest. Behold my power. How did I lose the key? Aren't those in their own inventory that don't go away? Listen, Loghain, he's an old man, you know, he's tired. It's hard to remember everything, you know. Yeah, if I might be so bold, I think the Darkspawn... How do I explain this? It's a common trope in fiction to have an overwhelming threat that people don't believe is a threat. And, you know, are like, oh, it's not a real threat. We don't have to deal with it. Let's go deal with our own petty bullcrap instead. Go ahead. I'm sure you can come up with like 5 examples of that right off the top of your head, including Reapers. But it would have worked better if not for the fact that it's made very clear. Where's the stain? There's no stain. Whatever. It's made very clear that there is this giant swarm of Darkspawn eating up the entire southern half of the country. Like, I know. We kind of can cheat because we could see the map and see where they are. But everybody in the universe knows the Darkspawn are here, and they're here in numbers. So, there's no denying that there's a lot of Darkspawn there, whether it's a blight or not. Which, again, makes it kind of a... Like, we should deal with that, you know? Anyways.
Right.
If you excuse me. Blah, 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 blah. You know, that's an interesting point, Lord Harrimont. I suppose nobody doubts it after Ostagar. They just don't seem to care about the fact that they themselves acknowledge that it's a blight. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's a blight. Yeah, it's great. But, so, hang on. Petty politics? Like, listen, I deal with this, really. But, you know, we don't have a king right now. So there's the secret correspondence between Cailan and Selene.
The cheating bastard!
Hang on. Oh, it's not gonna... It's... Hang on. I may have to pull it up in the codex, because I want to read this to you. There it is. Dear Cailan, from Selene. The visit to Ferelden will be postponed indefinitely due to the Darkspawn problem. You understand, of course. The Darkspawn have odd timing, don't they? Let's deal with them first. Once that's done, we can further discuss a more permanent alliance between Orlais and Ferelden.
Watch your mouth, Loghain MacTier, unless you have forgotten the company you now...
Oh, hang on. There's actually more. Sorry. Why are these out of order? Sorry, so hang on. What I just read to you out loud was page 3. Here's page 1. To His Majesty King Cailan of Ferelden, my Warden Commander assures me we face a blight. This thing threatens us both, and we must work together to fight it lest it devour us all. Our two nations have not had a happy history, but that's all it is. History. It is the future that's at stake now. Let us put aside our father's disagreements, so we must secure the future for both our countries. My chevaliers stand ready and will accompany the Grey Wardens of Orlais to Ferelden. At your word, The might of Orlais will march in to reinforce Ferelden forces. And again, this is from Celine. Over here to 2. Your Majesty, my men will arrive as soon as possible to bolster your forces. Make your willing, the blight will be ended before it's begun. Cailan, I beseech you, as your uncle, not to join the Grey Wardens on the field. You cannot afford to take this risk. Ferelden cannot afford it. Let me remind you again, you do not have an heir. Your death, and it pains me to even think of it, would plunge Ferelden into chaos. And yes, perhaps when this is over, you will allow me to bring up the subject of your heir. While a son from both Theron and McTeer lines would unite Ferelden like no other, we must accept that perhaps this can never be. The Queen approaches her 30th year, and her ability to give you a child lessens with each passing month. I submit to you again, it might be time to put Anora aside. We parted harshly the last time I spoke of this, but it's been a full year since then and nothing has changed. Please, nephew, consider my words and Andraste's grace be with you. This was from Arl Eamon. This is, yeah. So, we do know a decent bit about Celine based on the books and the Inquisition. And Celine is a cold fish. But she's not an idiot. And I bring that up because I think Celine's offer was legitimate, and I think her statements were genuine. She really does want there to be peace between Orlais and Ferelden. Not because she's a good person, and not because she likes people, but because a nice, orderly, stable society is more beneficial to everybody, especially her. Honestly, I agree, Jordan. I agree completely. If Celine and Cailan had united, that would probably have been a good thing. It would have guaranteed led to civil war. 100% certainty. But how bad that civil war would have been, that's a little bit more debatable. And, well, we just dealt with a civil war. So, I mean, if it's one civil war or the other, I'll take the one that's going to have the better long-term situation. I will also mention that Gasper, well, let's talk about him later. The same thing they already did, Dr. Winter. Food. Ferelden is a hell of a fertile land. It is a breadbasket. It's some. I don't remember if this is true, if it's ever stated in game, but based on what we learn about the various nations and their lands, this is the only one that's continuously praised for being extraordinarily fertile and fantastic ranching and farming land. This is probably the best breadbasket in the region. So, Orlais, having this at their back, that's invaluable. Very true. It's also the birthplace of Andraste, which has a lot of religious significance, and Orlais leans really heavily into the Chantry. So, there's another thing. Anyway, so, we return to our argument in process, because the documents I just read to you are what Loghain just read.
It's not my company I worry about, madam, but my former son-in-law's. Do you see the familiar tone with which the Empress writes him, as if my daughter were not already his wife?
Cailan loved Anora with every ounce of his heart. It was plain for all to see. The only thing that ever stood between them was you.
Are you blind, old woman? The plot is plain as day within this letter. Love or no, Cailan was gonna cast my daughter aside and wed himself to that bitch Celine. In a single vow, Orlais would claim all that they could never win by war. And what would Ferelden gain? A fool of a king could strut about and call himself an emperor.
And what of peace? Would it not bring us that at least?
Peace. I would have thought your age might have granted more wisdom, madam. Peace just means fighting someone else's enemies in someone else's war for someone else's reasons.
Now, what I do like about this is both of them are right in their own ways. Because, as is pointed out, Cailan wasn't exactly in favor with this whole idea. He was just considering it. So Loghain is wrong by virtue of just being like, I was just going to toss my daughter aside. And of course, Loghain is speaking more heatedly about this, not just because of Orlais, but because that's his daughter we're talking about here. However, Loghain is also quite correct. As we've already stated, it is my firm belief Celine was trying to marry conquer rather than militarily conquer. Whether that's good, bad, or in between, that's a little bit more debatable. You have a real sword? There you go. Yeah, as to put this as bluntly as I can, I don't think Selene really cares about Ferelden so much as they care about all the other big powers that are rotating around right now. Keep in mind, as of this moment in time, the Tevinter and the Qun are currently duking it out up north. And who knows what the hell's going on with Navarra and Antiva. So, if I was Orlais, I would be thinking more about them than I would be thinking about Ferelden. But if you could get Ferelden on your side, that's a lot more solid of a front you could push against the other powers. So anyways, there's the king. Feels like it was about a week ago. Exactly, Jaluta. I mean, again, the Castile and Aragon comparison is an apt one, I think. Well, the Antivans have the accent, but I'm not sure if they qualify as the Spain. Yeah, colonial, naval-based power.
Darkspawn, destroy the fiends.
Slowly onto the descent because of various internal struggles. I was saying, Antiva always struck me more as Italy, accent aside, but if you remember, the last time we streamed this game, we got into a rather lengthy discussion about which nation was which, and we didn't really come up with anything definitive because... oh, duh. Why didn't you heal yourself? Oh, that's why. Yeah, Venice works. Amusingly. Get up, Win. Win! Win, wake up! Wake up. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, we all disagreed on this. God, my inventory is almost full. We all disagreed on this last time, so... I mean, we can't even agree what Ferelden is. I've heard 5 different things of what Ferelden could be in the last, like, minute in chat just now. The Qun are the Ottoman Empire. That's one of the ones I think that is pretty definitive. They're the Ottomans. Pretty much straight up. I don't even think that's debatable. And the Tevinter tend to lean towards the Byzantines. See, the England parallels are obvious in Ferelden, but actually thinking about it, I'd say that's like calling Antiva Spain. Which I know you're thinking, but Antiva is Spain. I would say it's more likely to say that they have pulled some inspiration for it on the surface level, but if you actually look at it from the geopolitical aspect and the cultural aspect, nah.
This should be easy enough.
Apparently Tarhunters doesn't even agree with me on the Ottoman thing. Which, that's new, because I've never heard anyone disagree with me about the Ottoman thing before. So what do you think the Qunari are?
Show me what you've got. You're sloppy.
Don't make us name.
England was definitely not a breadbasket. Ain't that the truth. Oof.
This should be easy enough.
Oh, there he is.
Look at this mess! I love it!
Make a guide by sword!
Damn my inventory. No, don't equip it. God damn it. There we go. Listen, storage is for losers, clearly. Like me. You don't have the strength? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wow. Okay. Have we given a negative for the pre-level thing? I think we have. If we haven't, we should. Yeah, the lack of respect continues to rear its ugly head. It kind of is part of the no respect, because if they joined the party either at level 1, and we could level them, or with the respect, then both of those would solve this issue. But instead, it's just like, yeah, here's his build. Okay. Looks like we have not. Political marriages in a navy is the super summary, Mr. Red. Also, England took a lot of Dutch ideas and ran with them. No, honestly. Oh, I did actually give the negative. Okay, God. I'm gonna say. Do you mind?
Look, back there. I saw a flash of gold on one of the fallen Darkspawn. It must be something of Kaelin's.
Let's get started.
I remember dying on several of these fights in Nightmare. And I had Alistair.
We must strike.
It's okay. The hardest enemies here, the mages, are a total joke because it's okay. I've got Mana Clash.
Darkspawn, destroy the fiends.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, Jordan, I honestly didn't expect this game to score as badly as it has been on the gameplay axis. For a bit of perspective, and a friend of mine asked me about this recently, this playthrough has been universally more enjoyable than playing through Baldur's Gate 3. Now, I don't know if the score is going to bear that out, but Baldur's Gate 3 just... I was sick of the game by the end of it. The padding and the giant pile of rocks in my shoes that Baldur's Gate 3 had meant that by the end of that game, I was very, very ready to be done with it. Now, we're not done yet with Dragon Age Origins, so we may get to that point. But we haven't gotten to that point yet.
Let's get started.
We'll see, I suppose. But anyways, I only bring that up because I was expecting Origins, because of the vibe I just told you, to be scoring better, and, well, here we are. That's true. I do know this game a lot better. I've played this game many times. I've lore run this game. I also would say that this game has an actual easy difficulty, whereas Baldur's Gate 3 does not. Which I think
Well,
is
if you insist
part
on
of the problem.
scouring the dead for the king's baubles, I'm afraid you missed one back there.
Where? Keep saying that. Oh, way back there. Oh my god. Way back there. Okay, hang on. I just... Well, here. Have this armor that you can't wear. God damn it. You know what? Fine. Fine. You know what? Screw you. I'm wearing it. Because I can. Oh, yeah. You know, that I think is also true, Jordan. Anyways, sure. Let me mute everything really quick here, Tara. Super quick. I mean, yeah, Shaludo, yeah. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright, let's grab this. Grab this. Pull it in here. Listen to the audio. Same exact issue. Same exact issue. What's your mic setup, Tara? So, to be clear, I actually don't think I can physically emulate it, because I have a lot of stuff to prevent my mic from doing that. But if you've ever heard someone talk a little bit like this, this is the kind of sound that's coming through your mic. Now, I know that's a bad emulation. It doesn't sound that bad, but that's the direction. That's the type of thing I'm hearing from your mic. It sounds like either you're entirely too close to it, or you don't have proper filtering physically on the mic itself. Like, I've actually got padding around my microphone to make sure that that kind of thing doesn't happen. Whoops. There we go.
On it.
You know, that's also fair, Colgrim. It's also fair. It wasn't peaking, it was just... I guess it was peaking. It was, like, constantly peaking. It was just... Like, you've probably heard this on, like, a train. You get on a train, it's like, today we're going to... And, you know, you have trouble actually hearing them. Because, you know... Because we're talking kind of like this, and it's a little hard to... You get the idea. At least I hope you do. If you don't, then I am failing at my job. Good question, Tarhuntus. Suppose we'll get back to that. Drinking the Kool-Aid. Hang on. Evo said something. Where is it? 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 Oh, ran past it. Does this game have substantial padding, in my opinion?
This should be easy enough.
Let me say that more clearly. Does this game have padding at all? Yes, absolutely. Which kind of goes back to what I was just talking about. I like this game quite a bit, actually, I'll go so far as to say. But I do think that this game absolutely has padding. Now, if you'll notice, and I've noticed this too, a huge amount of that padding is during the middle portion of the game. That doesn't diminish it. It's just, it partially explains why I don't remember it as well. You've got the origins, which are, by and large, pretty tight. You've got Ostagar, you've got Lothering. All that's legit. Then you get to Denerim, after having done everything else, and then it starts to smooth through and starts to do a lot better. But everything in between there has at least some padding. Like, all of the quests in the middle. No, even Redcliffe does. So... yeah, I suppose that's my answer to him. Okay, so, do you have an ability to link me the exact mic you're using, Tara? I might be able to help you with that. I am an audio engineer. No, absolutely, Blade Jamal. This game, this is going to sound like an insult. This game reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. The intro's decent, the outro's strong. But the middle part is just arduous. And I think that's why the score is as bad as it is right now. Razor... Siren Mini. Okay, so the Razor's already your problem there, but I'll get off topic. Okay, so you're... oh, you're using one of those. Okay. So, okay, let's get this out of the way. That is a cheap-ass mic. I'm just... No offense, I'm just being honest with you. Oh God, Jordan, that would be hysterical. So first of all, let me give you a bit of perspective. I am about a meter from my mic right now, okay? How close are you when you talk into it? Because distance might be able to solve that. Yeah, Yetis tend to be legit, but they are at the upper end of the lower end of microphones. I usually recommend Yetis for my voice actors for all the, like, the rewrites and stuff. Deja vu!
You're mine!
Another battle, it seems. Yeah, I noticed we're just absolutely rolling over these. That was really strange. Did you see that? So we're in agreement, Evo. Yay!
You had it coming.
For once, Evo and I agree.
On your guard.
Now to agree on something else. Coffee sucks.
This should be easy.
Tara is not in the States. I'm not sure exactly where she is. That's her business. But I know she's not in the States.
You've never had a chance. Look at this mess. I love it.
That's true. Black licorice also sucks. All right. So try the distance thing first, Tara. There's actually one other thing we might be able to try too, which may or may not work. Try distance first. I notice you haven't answered my question yet, by the way, Tara. I can speak with Croatia. Oh God, rocks! No! They're back! I thought we were done with rocks. That's a lie. We've still got Awakening.
Let's get started.
I'm sorry. Could someone, while I'm fighting this battle, Google 30 centimeters and tell me what that is in inches, please? So I can understand that really quick, please. Sure. Do me a favor, Jordan. Bug me on the main Discord, and I'll get you a link there. Oh, that's actually kind of neat, Lord Harriman. I'm curious. It sounds like they have a separate thread keeping track of that just on the server. If it's able to pull that through the API. That's neat. Okay, so about a foot. Gotcha, so about a foot. That's way too close. So do me a favor. Try to at least double that. And see how that sounds, okay? I'm not saying that's gonna work. We're troubleshooting. That's how troubleshooting works. Something that always irritated me back when I used to do IT support is people have this weird presumption that they'll tell you the problem and then you fix it. No. That's not how that works. What you do is you start a very slow and arduous process of figuring out what it is not the issue, so you can figure out what the issue actually is, and then start working on solving it. Oh God, rocks! 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 Oh, jeez! Oh God! Oh God! No! Okay. I'm okay. Doesn't matter where, Jordan. Maybe Lore Runner off topic? That's kind of what it's there for. So yeah, Lore Runner off topic. Do it there, do it there.
Right. Let's get started.
Yeah, can you scooch the chair further away? Can you... You know what? Do me a favor, Tara. Just for the sake of testing. Nothing else. Like, hit record and then walk up and then, like, stand, like, physically walk away from the desk. I know that's not viable long term, but again, we're in the troubleshooting phase, right? So let's see if that helps at all. So, like, you know, take out the headphones, walk over here, go back here for a bit, and actually try to get a little bit more physical distance between you and the mic. Let's see if that helps anything. It may or may not, because, no offense, the mic you're using is garbage. But, we'll see. We might be able to jury-rig this, you know? Gonna duct tape a solution here. That's the other thing nobody ever tells you about IT work. People think IT work is like boop, 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 and it's fixed. No. It's more like getting duct tape and wrapping it around the problem until it stops being a problem. That's a little bit closer to reality. Hi, Andrew. Time to kill the ogre that killed Kalen. And, I guess, Duncan. Or was killed by Duncan? Man, I don't know.
As you wish.
I mean, frankly, yeah, Mike Romano. Although I always call myself a janitor. Yeah, hey, Logain. Remember when you betrayed us? Good times, good times. Good times.
My sword!
This should be easy.
Yeah, my mic is on an arm stand. Although, I know you can't get my kind of mic, Tara, because my kind of mic is actually pretty expensive. It's also got a... oh god, I can't remember what it's called. A no vibrations thing on it. Behringer C1? Hang on, let me actually look that up. Before I just kind of say anything. Hang on. That is... That's what I thought. No, yeah, that's... I was just double checking myself, but yeah, that's more for singing than talking, which is fine, of course. Those kind of mics work better when you've got that kind of volume coming in. So I guess that's my opinion in a nutshell. It looks fine, though. Not something I would use, but I don't sing. There you go. I have now sung, legally. Oh, give me a minute. Let me get Duncan's weapons here. Inventory full. Oh my god! Okay. You know what? Let's just use this. No? Use. Use. There we go. That's right. Oh, my hero!
You've fallen silent, Logain.
And I wish you would do the same, madam. It's been a long and wearying day.
On that, at least, the two of us can agree.
We are done here. Let's go home, and not speak of this again.
I mean, there is a song I could perform off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure people would kill me if I did so. And as much as I enjoy dying, you know, maybe not today, alright? What are you talking about? What's up, Liberated? What's the issue? I see no problems here. Actually, I'm a damn good singer. However, I have a problem with singing, and it's very, very simple. I'm not in practice. Singing involves, anybody who knows this knows, it involves lung exercises and chest control and all kinds of fun stuff. So I have to take a minute to really actually get into the literal physical configuration to sing properly, which, of course, I do not do under most circumstances. Oh, I think you know the answer to that, von Falkenstein. Yeah. Oh yeah, gotta have raw eggs. Very important. Wait, why do we have raw eggs? I thought we were... That's what we do when we're boxing. Do I have to walk out? I thought I could leave. I'm apparently wrong. Do we have to walk all the way out of here? Seriously? Well, yeah, I get in the shower and I'm like, oh, my hero, so far away now. I can't go high. That's another problem I have. My register's down here. I can't hit certain notes. If I'm in the zone, I'm looking around for the exit. I am not seeing it. If I'm in the zone, what I can do is I can drop a song by an octave and put it into my register. So, you know, oh, my hero, so far away now. You know, I can actually hit the note there if I just drop it an octave. Do 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 do. Okay, yay! Oh, thank God. You ever seen the Jekyll and Hyde musical? Because I played Jekyll and Hyde in that. Now, to desecrate his corpse at the last minute for no reason. Because evil options for no reason.
Speak your venom and get it over with, Loghain.
He may be a fool, but he doesn't deserve to be strung up like this.
He's dead and gone. Bring him down and leave him to the wolves.
Sure, throw roses and wax poetic about how great a leader he would have been had he only not thrown himself on the swords of the advancing Darkspawn.
Would you rather we leave him?
As a symbol of the Darkspawn's triumph. Don't presume you know so much about me. My preference would be to throw him over the edge to be forgotten. Let him go down in the history books as just another casualty in a long and bloody war.
You have such fondness for your son-in-law.
As you command, Grey Warden.
Right about now, Kaelin wakes up. Ah! He's burning. Already burning. What are you doing? Win? Win! Oh my God. I don't know if Loghain loved his wife. We all know Loghain's one true love was Marek. Yeah, allow me to be blunt. I don't really care about Kaelin either. I mean, he's an interesting talking point, as we have discussed 3 separate times we've streamed this game. But it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, the king died. That sucks. You know what also sucks? A whole lot of other people died in the battle. I liked Duncan better than Kaelin. And Duncan was a cold fish. Oh, jeez. I'm not dead. Gross.
I passed your test. Fate has a twisted sense of humor, it seems. I suppose you think I'm some sort of monster. More so since I survived your ritual. You keep striking at me, and I just refuse to die decently.
I may have to resort to magic next.
Oh? What was all that nonsense with the Darkspawn blood and mages then? A puppet show? It seems to me that magic has already failed. I'd recommend a sharp knife in the kidneys next time. Less impressive, but it gets the job done.
Shouldn't you try to talk me out of killing you?
Why should I? I'm a strategist by trade, after all. Should a fine plan be abandoned simply because it ends in my own demise? That seems like such a waste of a good idea.
You realize we are going to have to work together, right?
Is that punishment meant for me or for you? And just like that, we're allies. I can't imagine it's so simple. I don't know what concession you want from me, Warden. I expect my word will not satisfy you.
I don't know, actually. I think you'll adhere to your word here.
Nothing I can say will prove that. Either I will be worthy of trust, or I won't. I think it's time we got to the point here. What do you want from me? I can't imagine that you spared my life in the Landsmeet by accident. You have some plan in mind.
Yep. You're going to be a Grey Warden, and you're going to keep going. For, what is it, about 6 years? 9 years? Something like that? As a curiosity, what do you want?
What I want? What an odd question. I want to ride back to Denerim and sit in the war room and find no empty chairs at the table. I want to lose, nothing else. I want a line, clearly drawn, that I can defend. I want an end to this war. All of this can rightly be called my fault. Whether or not you can do better remains to be seen. But if you can make this the end, Warden, I will follow you, I swear it.
Interesting. How many of you think he's still referring to his war with Orlais when he says, this war?
I never doubted that. We should speak no more of this at present. Time's wasting.
And yeah, I hate to point this out, but you had a hell of an obvious defensive line at Ostagar, buddy. Okay, so let's get everyone set up really quick here. Wynn should be good to go. Pretty sure. Let's do Zevran next, because I know I want to give you Duncan's dagger. But I cannot give you Duncan's sword. That's okay. That's okay. Armor, you should actually be okay on that. Yeah, you've got the Drake skin. Barkspawn, you're as good as you're getting. Shale, you're as good as you're getting. Sten is actually pretty decent. But not as good as he could be. And I can see why. Alright, we'll come back to you, Sten. He is going to use his sword, because that's actually a legitimately good sword. It has armor pen, +2 attack, low morale, rainbow power, of course, which is the most important part. But no, it's actually a decent two-hander. There's better, but yeah. Logain's set up as good as he's getting. I am as set up as good as I'm getting. Oghren, what are you using right now? You're using the Summer Sword. I think we got that from Cothrian. And Warden Commander Armor, which is kind of out of date. Let's see if we can get you something better than that. Yeah, let's give you the Juggernaut there. And Juggernaut there. And up top, let's give you that. We have done Oghrens. Yes. Lynn's never showed up. It's kind of strange. who I think should have been carried over to Awakening, not Oghren, even though I understand why they did it. And I'll talk about that when we get to Awakening. Oh, you've already got the... Okay. Yeah, Oghren was just not a good pick for that. The problem is the reason Oghren was picked is the same reason why. The answer is probably nobody. I love how she can wield Duncan's sword because she's an arcane warrior. You know, honestly, why don't you wield that sword? It's actually got better mana regen than what you've got now. Shale does have a quest, and we have done it. Yeah, they start us off with, I think Anders is our very first normal recruit. Well, we also have, what's-her-face? I can't think of her name. No, not Vallana. The other one. We'll get to her, we'll get to her. We'll get to her today, I hope. Nahari? Was that her? I'm not even sure. I think we're good. No, the fact that you can't remember her name either, Evo, honestly brings me great joy, and that is not a joke. Alright, let's save. Oh, we will beat Vanilla. In fact, we're gonna go to the outro in about a few seconds here. Although, as Evo just pointed out...
The Arl has kindly offered my son and I lodgings in his...
Yeah,
I'm sure...
That's great. Can we get all this, please? But we should get, you know, a lot of this crap out of our inventory. Just get this crap out of my inventory. I'll leave those in. And then let's just dump all this crap. Leave that. Most gear doesn't carry over anyways. I forget what does. Get rid of all this. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Get out of my inventory, get out of my inventory. Stop taking up space. Give me all your money. Give me all your money. I want all the money in the world. All of it. I can organize this crap. I'll explain when we get to Awakening. Don't let me forget, Evo. Don't let me forget. When I get to Awakening, I have to explain why it's fine. I might as well turn those in. Get a little basic experience. Yeah, he's got it. Everybody's infinite money. It's fine. This is not Morrowind. That would actually suck. Look, I'm fine with vendors having limited inventory or limited gold as an option. That's what I thought, Lord Harrimont, but thank you for confirming. I haven't either, Evo, if it makes you feel any better. Oh yeah, then there's Neverwinter Nights 1, which does the maximum brightening. Okay, so apparently there's one last side quest we haven't done. Ugh!
I must ask, what does being a Grey Warden mean to you?
Gold! Wait, that's not an option? Really? Significance.
There's that, of course. But there's more to being a Grey Warden than killing Darkspawn and saving the world from the Blight. Ultimately, being a Grey Warden is about serving others. About serving all people, whether elves or dwarves or men.
Okay. So I'm a protector. Mom.
As a Grey Warden, you are a guardian of men. And you guard them because their continued existence is more important than you are. Thus it is you who serves, not they.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm transfixed by your gigantic cans. Like, those are straight up out of Dragon Age 2. What the hell am I looking at?
A good king, a true king who cares for his land, uses his power to rule firmly but faithfully.
Look at her!
He serves his people first and foremost. The king who does not do this, who believes that he is entitled to his power, who abuses it and uses it for his own means.
She has an armored core.
If you live apart from others, and your actions affect only you, then you may do as you wish. But if you have power, influence, and strength, your every action will be as a drop of...
Oh my god, she has 2 armored cores.
The drop causes ripples, and ripples spread.
Okay, I'm gonna skip through this.
You're quite taken with each other, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely want to hear you preach at me for romance.
I've seen the way she looks at you, the familiarity with which you speak, how she always finds a way to place herself next to you.
Yeah, I'm rather fond of Liliana.
I've noticed your blossoming relationship, and I wanted to ask you where you thought it was going. Liliana is a remarkable girl, sincere and guileless. She has opened her heart to you. I would not like to see her hurt.
You're okay.
Not intentionally, no. But there is great potential for tragedy here, for one or both of you. You are a Grey Warden. You have responsibilities which supersede your personal desires.
You really do think you're my mother, don't you?
Love is ultimately selfish.
Bullcrap!
One be devoted to a single person who may fully occupy one's mind and heart to the exclusion of all else. A Grey Warden cannot afford to be selfish. You may be forced to make a choice between saving your love and saving everyone else. And then what would you do?
First of all, I'd turn to the GM and say, hey GM, this adventure sucks. But the second thing I would do is say, hey GM, I know that last week you read about this brand new concept called the trolley problem, and you think it's the hottest thing since sliced bread. But I'd like to do something a little bit more advanced than an 8th grade math problem. Is that cool? Can we do that? Thanks. Cool.
Nothing is certain. Not in these times. You cannot take anything for granted. I want you to be aware of this.
I still haven't figured out how to get that armor, and I just give up on it, von Falkenstein.
I am just trying to minimize the suffering that may come to either of you. I have given my advice. Do with it what you will.
Cool.
What's on your mind?
Have you changed your mind about us?
I have watched you for a time, and perhaps I was wrong. There seems to be something special between the two of you. I think she feels she's truly found her place with you. That after all her wanderings, she's finally home. I think I was too harsh in my judgment before, and I am sorry.
Actually, I do like Wynn. In fact, I think I'm one of the only people in the world who actually likes Wynn as a character. Now, to be fair, I like her, like, pretty low on the totem pole of characters in Dragon Age Origins, but she's still probably going to get a positive. I do like how it only took her 5 seconds to change her mind. You know what? I've been watching you as you've been standing here, staring at me for 5 seconds.
What you have may not last forever. Death and duty may part you, but love's worthiness is not diminished because of that. I should have seen this before. Instead, you learn to cherish every precious moment that you spend together, knowing that it may be the last. And for those of us watching, well...
Watching?
To these old
Watching?
To know that something so beautiful can be found in the midst of chaos and strife.
Wynn? Wynn. Now, I would say Wynn is my least favorite of these characters, but actually that's a lie. Darkspawn, or Barkspawn, is my least favorite character.
What's on your mind?
Hang on.
I will answer to the best of my ability.
Oh, thank you, H. Markley. Always appreciate. However, I've never even heard of that mod, so I'm going to go with no. What was it? And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know.
What's on your mind? I have always had an affinity.
I'm just gonna skip through some of this really quick.
It always felt, and I think it gave me strength in my... I like to think that I was given a rare... So you had better...
You know what? Actually, that's a fair point, Lord Harrimont. This is going to sound funny, but I forgot Sten existed. So I take it back. I take it back. It would be Barkspawn at the bottom, then Sten, then Wynne.
What's on your mind? Cure me? What, am I sick now?
No, you're dead.
Ah, child. But why should you fear death?
In case you didn't hear that, because of how I skipped through that, it was like, you're dead. Ah, child. But should we have to fear death? And that was the whole totality of her conversation. Is that the DLC, R.H. Markley? Yes, why fear death, child?
What's on your mind?
Here we go. Do you have any regrets?
I try not to dwell too much on the mistakes of my past, of which there are many. I would go quite mad if I did that. But I do have one regret. The greatest misstep of my life.
Only one? That's impressive.
More grave, because it had dire consequences for someone else.
Okay, what'd you does?
Years ago, I was assigned as mentor to a lad, Anarin. He was my first apprentice. Anarin was an elf, raised in one of the elven alienages, and he was very mistrustful of humans, especially humans in authority.
Mm-hmm. Like you.
I was his mentor, an authority figure. He can't have liked me very much. What Anarin needed was time. Time to get used to his new home, time to emerge from his shell, so we could build a rapport. I gave him no such time. I was young and arrogant. He is a mage, I thought. He needs to grow up and act like one. I expected too much from him, too quickly. I gave no consideration to his origin or his feelings, and he retreated further from me. All I could think of was how stubborn he was, how he was throwing away all his talent and his potential, just to be difficult.
Okay, what did he think of you?
Oh, I dread to think. I was a harsh taskmistress. He might have thought I was a demon in disguise. You cannot plant crops in the cold, wintry ground. You cannot teach a student who is closed off and unresponsive. Patience is what is needed, and I learned that too late to help him.
Alright, so what happened to him?
Anarin ran away from the circle one night. I had berated him over some trivial, ridiculous matter that I no longer remember. I drove him away because of something utterly unimportant. He was a child, 14 at the time of his leaving. They had his phylactery, and they hunted him down.
So he's dead?
They called him Maleficar, a mage who practices forbidden magic, deserving of death. He was a child, misunderstood and lost. I begged the Templars to tell me if he suffered, if they gave him a quick death. I got no answers from them. I was his mentor, and they wouldn't even tell me what became of him.
It's not your fault, Wynne. I mean, it technically is, but...
I should have known better. I had the best mentors. They were kind, compassionate. Why didn't I learn from them? I failed Anarin. All I had to do was listen to him. He would try to talk to me, and I would tell him to concentrate on his spells. He talked about the alienage sometimes, and the Dalish. He always talked about looking for the Dalish elves.
Maybe he did find the Dalish.
The Templars are well trained and thorough. That he still lives, it would be a vain hope. The apprentices that came after Anarin benefited greatly from the lessons I learned from him. In a sense, he was my teacher, and I his student.
Well, maybe it was worthwhile.
And there it is. My story, my one greatest regret.
Just one. That's honestly impressive. Alright, so let's go kill some Templars. No reason. Hang on, I'm gonna see if Sten has anything to say. No reason.
Yes. I am hardly surprised.
Never mind.
Very well. As you...
What is your rep with me, Sten? Because I did give you that sword. Yeah, that's what I thought.
If there's anything I can do for you, I'm sure...
Let's buy all of these. 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 Then... Did I just sell instead of buy? So, I don't think that death is a disease, but I think that choice is an illusion!
What's on your mind? But I do have one. Anarin was... All I could think of was, oh, patience is what is... He was a child. I begged the Templar. He talked about the alien, the apprentices that...
There we go.
If there's anything I can do...
Try this again. Slightly less suckitude. Why does it default to all when selling, but defaults to 1 when buying? Someone explain that gameplay decision for me. The uncrushable pigeon. This pigeon coos, happily, apparently comfortable in the knowledge that no force could ever crush it. Let's get a chastity belt for, I think, Alistair. I think that's a good pick. Save.
You and your friends are formidable folk, and I'm sure...
Ranger. Specialization unlocked. What?
You have my thanks. 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 You called.
So why were you caged?
I caged myself. A weak mind is a deadly foe, as you are no doubt aware.
Okay, what happened?
I came to your lands with 7 of the Beresad, my brothers, to seek answers about the Blight. We made our way across the Ferelden countryside without incident, seeing nothing of the threat we were sent to observe. Until the night we camped by Lake Calenhad. They came from everywhere. The earth beneath our feet, the air above us. Our own shadows harbored the Darkspawn. I saw the last of the creatures cut down, too late. I fell.
What happened to the other Qunari?
I am told no others survived. I don't know how long I lay on the battlefield among the dead, nor do I know how the farmers found me. I only know that when I woke I was no longer among my brothers, and my sword was gone from my hand.
So you probably dropped it.
Perhaps. I searched for it, and when that failed I asked my rescuers what had become of it.
Okay.
I killed them. With my bare hands. I did. I knew they didn't have the blade. They had no reason to lie to me. I panicked. Unthinking, I struck them down.
What?
I know I cannot justify what I have done. My honor is forfeit. That sword was made for my hand alone. I have carried it from the day I was set into the Beresad. I was to die wielding it for my people. Even if I could cross Ferelden and Tevinter unarmed and alone to bring my report to the Arishok, I would be slain on sight by the Antam. They would know me as soulless, a deserter. No soldier would cast aside his blade while he drew breath.
So, the Ottomans then? I'm joking.
If I knew where to look, it would be in my hand now.
So where'd you fight them?
Near Lake Calenhad.
Okay, we'll look for it.
Perhaps those words are empty, but thank you all the same.
Don't worry, we can't finish your quest. I'm pretty sure. I think we've advanced the story too much to actually be physically capable of doing that. So, you know. Yay. You.
Yes.
You.
Yes.
And, you. Yeah, no kidding, Valvatrix. So first we're gonna go to the camp, I suppose. Yeah, the blight is just gone from the map. I'd call that creepy, but, you know.
Aren't you chilly, Sten?
Chilly. I don't know this word.
It's much warmer where you're from, isn't it? Don't you feel cold?
I suppose.
I don't imagine we can find a cloak in your size, can we?
What?
Nothing. Nothing. Don't mind me. Now, I wonder where I could get a skein of good wool yarn.
We were all... The blight was the friends we found all along. Or the friends... Oh, God, I can't even remember how that stupid thing goes. There you are.
You did it, outsider. You saved us from the ravages of the curse after all.
May the creators bless you, truly.
But Zathrian is lost to us, after all these centuries. He died heroically, I hope.
Yeah.
I would like a happy ending to his tale. He will be a role model for many Dalish children to come. Now, Keeper Lanaya prepares for us to enter into war alongside the humans. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
I, for one, look forward to fighting against these darkspawn creatures.
Do you now? Let's hope you return and tell us all about them. As for you, outsider, I expect I'll be telling tales about the Grey Warden one day,
Why is this repeating?
Andera Natishan, Grey Warden. Join us at the fire if you like, but haven't you got a war to get to?
Oh, here we go. Have you ever heard of an elf named Anarin?
I appreciate you trying to find him, but what are the chances?
Anarin the healer?
You know Anarin?
He lives? No, it can't be him. Perhaps it is a common elven name.
No, I know of only one Anarin.
Ah, it makes sense. Anarin said that he was from the human cities. You are old friends, then?
Yeah, Wynn knows him.
If you seek Anarin, you must venture into the forest. He prefers to be amidst the trees and the animals.
Thank you all so much.
Dareth Shirral.
Cool. We'll have to...
You were the Grey Warden who broke the curse.
Yeah.
I demand to know what happened to the werewolves. Where did they go?
We broke the curse. They're not werewolves anymore.
That makes no difference. Those monsters killed my husband. They killed so many of my people. They have Dalish blood on their hands. If they are human once more, that shall make it all the easier to take vengeance for their crimes. Tell me where they are.
Okay, I'm going to give you two options here. You can go, you know, chill. Just take a chill pill. Relax, have a settle. Do you want a Snickers? I got some spare Snickers. Or I can have Dalish blood on my hands.
It destroyed him. Yes, perhaps you speak wisely. If they are gone and never return here, then perhaps it is better to let it simply end there. We will go back to the camp, then. Thank you for your words. Please accept this small token of my gratitude. It belonged to my husband, and I cannot carry it any longer.
Oh, God. That wouldn't surprise me, Valvatrix. Okay, where am I? That put me in a weird spot. Actually, I do tend to play the talker in tabletop, Lord Aramont. And thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. You know, it's funny. I have been told that in real life I can be extraordinarily intimidating. The downside, I can't fake it. Right? Like I can't bluff intimidation. I have to mean it. If I mean it, sure. If I don't, it's just it comes across as flat. Let's see. Up, I think. Yep, I'm right. You are. Oh no! Another battle! With bandits! What are you doing? What? Why?
Only one shall stand.
By the way, congratulations, Giga. I know the distinction is probably indistinct for you, but still, congrats.
This should be easy enough.
I mean, this forest should be absolutely swarming with Darkspawn, right? Perfect place for bandits. Oh man, I totally would if I could, Giga.
Friends, turn back, please. These woods are a danger to those who do not know the paths.
Aneurin?
Wait, I remember you.
What is wrong with your mouth?
But younger, more impulsive, stern. Wynne?
I thought they had killed you.
They very nearly did. The Templars found me while I was searching for the Dalish. They ran me through and left me for dead.
I brought this on you. Oh, I was a dreadful mentor, harsh and impatient. I am sorry for the way I treated you.
I've put that behind me, and you should too. I didn't fit in with the Templars in your chantry. My path lay elsewhere.
Irving is a reasonable man. He will find some way for you to return. The Circle needs new blood. It needs to change.
I have fond memories of Irving. He was always kind to me. I will consider your proposal, and perhaps I will speak with Irving. However, I promise nothing. Perhaps the mage you seek is right in front of you. The Grey Warden is a mage, no? The Blight will not last forever. Why not look to her to shape the new Circle? It is something both of you should think about.
You know, that would make a good management sim. Managing a circle. I'm serious. Think about how you would have to manage the needs of the Chantry, the Templars, which, even though they're connected, are a separate entity, and the mages themselves, and then the political factions of the mages that build up in the Circle, and then the fact that there's always going to be some funding and budget issues, and then, of course, you have to make sure you have enough space, because sometimes, occasionally, there'll be a new mage that'll be found, and, of course, there's going to be mages who rebel, or mages who are unhappy, and the demon possession is always an issue. Like, that would be a whole thing. Just running one circle. That would be, like, honestly, that sounds like a brutal management sim. You know, a you're supposed to lose management sim. When we could stay a while longer if you want to.
No, we've spent enough time on my personal affairs. It is time for us to move on.
Look at this. It's the hardened sap of a tree native to this forest. It's been something of a lucky charm for me, and now I want you to have it.
Very well. I'm grateful. May your gods smile on you, Aneurin.
And on you.
And yeah, there's just random events which can just completely screw you over. I mean, Uldred was obviously a problem, but imagine an Uldred-style event. One mage who's well-positioned and charismatic becomes a blood mage and/or gets replaced by a pride demon, and now things are worse. Can I just leave? Damn. Your circle has become a cube. Hi, Melkor Blade. I mean, hell, we could even make it a thing where your, we could make a thing where, you could call for a right of annulment, but it doesn't actually end the game. Like, that's not a game over. That's just a fail state, like, you know, your current player character dying in CK3, for example. So it's like, alright, well... Really? Really? I don't have time for you. The bear's like, you must not stop the blight!
You had it coming.
There's blight creatures amongst you. Are you not... Oh. Wynn's like, I got this! Whap! Whap! Okay, she can heal with a sword. As we demonstrated a few seconds ago. Where am I? Yeah, Dragon Age Origins was, I think, top 3 material back in the old system. Which is why the old system is old and invalid. We'll see how it ranks this time around. I'm actually quite curious. I'm curious how this ranks versus Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm curious how this ranks versus 2 and Inquisition. That's the direct comparisons I'm most interested in this time around. But anyways, we have now done the terrible... I mean, good quest.
Why do you keep looking at me like that, mage?
I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to stare. I've never seen a Kunari before.
You can blink once in a while, I'll still be here.
I own Sea of Stars because I was one of its backers, Liberated. It is within the realm of possibility that 2 might get an overall better score. I don't think it will. But you know what actually is legitimately possible? 2 might score better when we pause and calculate the score before we move forward into Act 3. Because I guarantee you Act 3 is going to torpedo Dragon Age 2's score. It's gonna nuke it into the ground.
Welcome back to the Spoiled Princess. How may I serve you today? Of course.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Spoiled Princess. My father died of shot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can't do Sten's quest. So anyways, we find Sten's sword. It was actually bought by the Dwarven dude. We can intimidate him or give him a lot of money for it. We do. Sten is like, oh my god, I can't believe you found my sword. This is shocking. I am loyal to you to the end. Now I can finally give my report, and my life is complete. Everything's cool. The end.
This should be easy enough.
Yep. This is taking way too long. 3 hours just to do random cleanup crap. We're done. We're done. No, we're done, Eva. We're done. We're done. We can't even do the quest. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're skipping quests on purpose. Actually, that's not true. We're skipping quests on accident. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You know what? Maybe we can actually do the quest. I don't believe we can. I legitimately think this is a fool's errand. But just for you, I'm gonna prove it. Although I am curious, why does the vendor have a quest icon over his head? Like, someone explain that to me.
Water down ale, damp bed,
Good day.
rickety stools. Why do I even bother?
Go away.
What are you looking at? Can a man drink in peace?
Oh. Okay. Oh, there he is. Oh, no wonder I didn't see him. Yeah, I legitimately didn't see him. He was hidden
Back
right
off. I was here first.
Did you find a sword?
Why, you looking to buy one?
Yeah. Is it a Kunari blader?
Oh, is he? Well, that's... see, I'd like to sell you one, but I don't, have any myself. I got part of a glove the wolves didn't chew too badly, though. I think it was a glove, anyway. I know, don't say it. I got cheated. I knew the guy who was here before me. He sold me this spot. Said he found giants and all kind of crazy valuables. He didn't mention that he'd taken everything but the bones and the dirt already. His name's Ferrin. Squirrely little bastard, if you ask me. Which you didn't, but I said it anyway.
Where is he now?
He was going to Orzammar, he said. I imagine he's gotten there by now. If you find him, tell him I sent you. It'll scare the piss out of him. Ah.
Yeah, we're actually doing a fetch quest. Could be worse. We could be getting cake with Barkspawn.
So, you're back, I see. Can what? I'm sorry, I don't know what that...
Where is my sword?
I don't know what you mean, sir.
I really would be honest with him if I were you.
I don't have it, I swear by Andraste's knickers. I sold it on the way here.
To whom?
A dwarf near Redcliffe. Dwyn, I think his name was.
Wait, Dwyn?
He's the one who has the sword, I promise you. Said he was a collector.
We'll see.
And now to fail the quest. Well, hang on. First, we gotta find some randos.
Will you stop eating?
I'm hungry.
Stuff your face at camp. For now, watch the bloody road.
But we've been looking at the road for hours. No travelers all day.
Will one of you pay attention?
Hey, who's that?
I sense...
I know we lose the element of surprise if we sit and listen to them, but I love their conversation, you know? It's worth it. It's little things. Yeah, this fight also sucks, by the way. It's why they want you to get that advantage there. Anyways, you're all dead.
Actually think you have a chance.
I'd say nothing personal, but honestly, screw you.
Move and parry.
Bandits in the middle of a civil war and a blight infestation? Go directly to hell. Like, I'm not asking you to go up there and just start fighting Darkspawn, although that would be useful. But, yeah, you're dead. Enjoy that. You realize all your buddies are dead, right?
No more talking.
The hell was that path I just took on the overworld map? Oh, well, looks like Redcliffe is fine, so that's good to know.
It's you! The Grey Warden! Andraste's mercy that you got here when you did. I thought for sure these monsters were going to get me.
I'm sorry, what?
Just a few hours ago. Not that long after everyone was evacuated to the castle. I thought I could make it to my home and back before they got here. But it took me too long to get down here. What a relief you arrived.
You should go.
I'm going to get out of here before any more of those things arrive. Thank you again.
Yeah, that's what I said, Evo. Nobody listens to me. Pretty sure that quest is locked out and that's the end of it, which honestly is fine. I kind of don't care, and I want to explain why. You know, one of the things that Mass Effect 2 did really well, and honestly, probably the reason why Mass Effect 2 sits so high on my personal list? The companion quests. The loyalty missions. The loyalty missions are really awesome. They are meat content. They're the main thing I like about Mass Effect 2. But if you look at a lot of their other RPGs, there's just not as much meat on the bones. Like, look at the companion quests in Neverwinter Nights 1. An otherwise excellent game, in which the companion quest involves finding one random item per act, talking to the person, giving it to them, and getting a little bit of backstory in return. That's it. How about Jade Empire? Use another example. Or KOTOR, if you would like to use that one. You get my overall point.
This should be easy enough. Let's make this quick, shall we? Come now, defend.
Of course, Genocida. The loyalty quests suck, and I hate them, and I wish we had more of these kind of quests instead, where there's no content, and no story, and no gameplay to speak of. Honestly, that's all I want out of my video games. I just want them to be really fancy chat programs, so I could just sit there. Can't even do it without laughing. I just want to sit there and chat with my friends and not really play a video game. Is that too much to ask?
As you wish.
By the way, Baldur's Gate 3 also had some good companion quests, so good contrast or comparison there. Yeah, I always sort of had this weird mental impression that Leliana has a real companion quest, and I am wrong about that, of course. But I can tell you why I have that impression. It's because in my brain I tend to confuse the DLC with her loyalty mission, or her companion quest, rather.
You had it coming.
Yeah, Morrigan's is actually even more threadbare. You get a book, and then you go fight a boss, or talk your way through a boss. Cyberpunk, that's another good one for companion quests. Witcher 3 is funny because there were no companions in that game, but I would agree it still had good companion quests. To wit, the quest with... Did Wynn just...
On it.
Not doing. That's...
What was I saying? I actually lost my train of thought. she actually... using those two cores. That's why they call them armored cores. She just butchered an ogre with her sword, that's all. Witcher 3. The quest with Bard Guy is honestly one of the better quest arcs in that game, in my opinion. It's tight, it's intense, it's personal, it's a great character, and we can't go in the door. So, yep, okay, quest failed. Moving on. As expected. Oops. You know what? I'll actually agree with you on that, Genocida. Now, the difference is I don't care. Which I know sounds weird, but it's true. I kind of don't. Personally, I mean. Like, if a game or a story or a movie or a book is extremely formulaic, I don't care. What I care about is if it's really well done. If you know, I care about the final product. If I can share a comparison here, there's a movie that is extremely formulaic, to the point where you can predict everything in the movie that's going to happen, literally just from hearing the premise of said film. It's also one of my favorite films of all time. The Lord of the Rings trilogy, or more specifically, Return of the King. So, is it formulaic? Yes! Return of the King is extremely formulaic. But you can see why I have the perspective of just kind of not caring. No judgment. Obviously, no joking aside, no judgment, no nothing. I do get that some people just don't like enjoying, wrong word, playing or watching a typical story because they've seen a typical story before. That makes sense. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, the ogres dropped loot. Why am I looting? I've been poisoned! I mean, honestly, A New Hope, Star Wars, is also a rather formulaic film. That's still a good film. IMO. Now, I'm not sure about Empire. I'd honestly have to think about that one. But A New Hope is extremely far. It was. Here's the thing. Empire could be argued to be formulaic now. I'd have to debate that.
Let's get started.
A New Hope was absolutely formulaic, even at the time.
Darkspawn.
Like, even then, back in the 70s, that was a formulaic film. So I hate to break this to you, but you are all dead. All you guards there? Okay, fine. I won't kill you all. God damn it. Getting rid of all my AoEs. So, a non-formulaic movie that's really good. Let me think about that.
Let's get started.
Primer. Primer is a non-standard, non-formulaic film, which is a damn good film. I highly recommend it, by the way. Oh, geez, we're dying. Pay attention, Martin. Ah, I'm dead. I was not even looking. Oh, Kasten's in the party. No wonder we're dead.
This goes on too long. Finish it. Scream for mercy.
Actually, yeah, 2001 Space Odyssey is what I would call a non-standard film. Which is probably funny to think about, but it's true. Stop doing rock aura. Yes, Tar Hunt is. I'll pull off so that just stops happening. And thus the warden died. The end. And yeah, Princess Blyde is actually quite formulaic and quite cliched. That's not the point. Oh. So, Blade Taval asked a very valid question. How do you define formulaic? The thing is, formulaic isn't a binary thing. It's not formulaic or not. It's a gradient, right? And it's easy to define. The more often it's used, the more formulaic it is. That's it. That is the definition. The more it adheres to the bullet points of what the formula is, sorry, the more things that adhere to those bullet points, the more formulaic that particular formula is. Did she just do it again? Nope, that's Sten. That's a two-hander, Sten. Okay, whatever. And I'm sad it wasn't glowing when you did that. Friendship points lost.
You're here. Thank goodness.
Actually, I think that was Ogren. What's going on?
I don't rightly know. Riordan of the Grey Wardens arrived this morning, just ahead of the Darkspawn. I was told he has urgent news and to send out patrols to watch for your arrival. Then we were attacked.
Take me inside. No more delays.
I should take you to the hall right away, my lady. They'll be waiting for you there.
True enough, Blade Taval. True enough.
It's a relief to see you unharmed. And you as well, Loghain.
Yes, what a pleasure to see you again.
The Darkspawn that attacked Redcliffe were relatively few in number, I'm afraid. It was assumed the Horde was marching in this direction, but that is not true.
Riordan tells us that the bulk of the Horde is in fact heading towards Denerim. They are perhaps 2 days away from the capital.
How certain are we that this is good information?
I ventured close enough to listen in, as it were. I am quite certain.
So, has word been sent to Denerim?
Word has been sent, but they need more than warning. They need our armies.
There is, I'm afraid, one other piece of news that is of even greater concern. The Archdemon has shown itself. The dragon is at the head of the Horde.
Make her preserve us.
And we won't be able to reach Denerim within 2 days.
We must begin a forced march to the capital immediately with what we have. Denerim must be defended at all costs.
Alright, let's do it.
The Horde must be defeated, but the Archdemon is our true target. And only the Grey Wardens can defeat the Archdemon. That is why we must go.
Then we march, and hope the army collected here gives you the chance you need. Arleman, how long before the army can set out?
By daybreak, Your Majesty.
Then give the order. The longer we delay, the longer Denerim will be at the mercy of the Horde.
Extremely not, actually, Blade Javal. I know that sounds strange, but one of the things I love about Warcraft's lore is that it doesn't try to adhere to standard tropes in pretty much any direction. I mean, fell magic is not evil in WoW, for God's sakes. And light isn't good. Okay, let's do it.
I will give the orders at once, and will notify you the moment we are ready to march.
Excellent.
Then if you and Loghain could meet me before you retire, we have Grey Warden business to discuss.
I will have someone show you to your rooms. I suggest you all get some rest while you can. We will need it.
It is formulaic to itself, but that's not the question I was asked. And I stand by my answer. Look at orcs in almost every setting. Now look at orcs in Warcraft. And honestly, I'm going to stop there because I've already made my point.
Right. This should be easy enough.
But this ties into what Blade Javal said.
This Riordan has to say.
Warcraft was pretty divergent from the norm, as of Warcraft 3 specifically. And then, you know, people were like, that's a good idea, and so now it's becoming the formula.
Let's get started.
You're both here. Good. You're new to the Grey Wardens, and you may not have been told how an Archdemon is slain. I need to know if that is so.
It is indeed. I, for one, am most intrigued to hear this.
So it is true. Duncan had not yet told you. I had simply assumed. Tell me, have you ever wondered why the Grey Wardens are needed to defeat the Darkspawn?
Yeah.
The Archdemon may be slain, as any other Darkspawn. But should any other than a Grey Warden do the slaying, it will not be enough. The essence of the beast will pass through the taint to the nearest Darkspawn and will be reborn anew in that body. The dragon is thus all but immortal. But if the Archdemon is slain by a Grey Warden, its essence travels into the Grey Warden instead.
And what happens to the Grey Warden?
The Darkspawn is an empty, soulless vessel, but a Grey Warden is not. The essence of the Archdemon is destroyed, and so is the Grey Warden.
The Grey Warden that kills the Archdemon perishes.
Yes. Without the Archdemon, the Blight ends. It is the only way.
Why is this kept such a secret?
We keep it secret for the same reason the joining is kept secret. Who would become a Grey Warden if they knew the end that might await them? And yet there must be Grey Wardens. Without us, there is no hope.
This also answers one last question at the back of everybody's minds. If you were really thinking about this setting, you're probably thinking, how did the Grey Warden stop the First Blight? Because we have, by this point in time, learned a decent amount about the First Blight. Not a lot of details, but some stuff here and there. And a lot of countries, which were a lot more militarily capable and had golems at their back, among other much higher tier stuff, were losing to the First Blight. So how did the Wardens stop it? Well, here's your answer. It's because they stopped the demon, and that stopped the Blight. Naturally, I will take the final blow myself.
It warms my heart to see such courage. But do not hurry so to sacrifice your life. If possible, the final blow should be mine to make. I am the eldest, and the Taint will not spare me much longer. But if I fail, the deed falls on you. The Blight must be stopped now, or it will destroy all of Ferelden before the rest of the Grey Wardens can assemble. Remember that. But enough. There will be much to do tomorrow, and little enough time to rest before it. I will let you return to your rooms.
Then this will be dealt with soon. One way or the other.
So it will. Let us hope it ends for the better.
You know, that's true, Lord Aramont. Oh, well, let's go ahead and go to bed where nothing else will await us whatsoever.
Do not be alarmed. It is only I.
Morrigan? Is everything alright?
I am well. 'Tis you who are in danger. I have a plan, you see. A way out. The loop in your hole. I know what happens when the Archdemon dies. I know a Grey Warden must be sacrificed, and that sacrifice could be you. I have come to tell you that this does not need to be.
What do you mean?
I offer a way out. A way out for all the Grey Wardens, that there need be no sacrifice. A ritual. Performed on the eve of battle, in the dark of night.
What kind of ritual?
It is old magic. From a time before the Circle of Magi was created. Some might call it blood magic, but that is but a name. There is far more to fear in this world than names.
Where'd you get the ritual?
From Flemeth, of course. I have known about it for some time.
So, what's the price?
Perhaps. But that price need not be so unbearable, especially if there is much to be gained. All I ask is that you listen to what I have to offer, nothing more.
Okay.
What I propose is this. Convince Loghain to lay with me, here tonight, and from this ritual a child shall be conceived within me. The child will bear the taint, and when the Archdemon is slain, its essence will seek the child like a beacon. At this early stage, the child can absorb that essence and not perish. The Archdemon is still destroyed with no Grey Warden dying in the process.
So the child becomes a Darkspawn.
Not at all. It will become something different. A child born with the soul of an old god. After this is done, you allow me to walk away, and you do not follow. Ever. The child will be mine to raise as I wish.
Do you think Loghain will agree to this?
Because he is bound to obey you, he will comply. Consider the alternative. If Riordan fails, do you think Loghain will hesitate? He will die, redeemed as the hero he wished to be, rather than the villain he deserves to be. And you? Will they remember you, do you think? Or will you be just another Grey Warden who accompanied the great Loghain? If you would rather, consider Leliana. What do you think she would advise, if she knew the life of her beloved was at risk? I think you know. I think you have many good reasons to tell him to save his own life. I think you should consider them carefully.
And what's really messed up is she is hitting all cylinders on this. Probably because in lore, Morrigan has been considering how to pitch this for pretty much the entire game. So, about a year or so. This is arguably out of character, but probably just because she's really, really, really done her prep work on this one. I also happen to enjoy this cutscene if you are male and in a romance with Morgan, in which case this is framed rather differently. The fact that you can even try to contest this, her response is like, really? You're going to go against this? So, yeah, no, I like this scene. Or rather, to be more accurate, I like these scenes. There are a couple of permutations for this. And one of the things I like about how overt this manipulation is how well it works. Because the problem is, overt manipulation usually can only be one of two things. Blatant and terrible, or it's going to work because it is so overt. The gun to the head concept, as I like to refer to it all the time. It's overt, but it works because of the fact that it's so blatant. Loghain wants desperately to die as a hero. This is true. Or, if you go down, all history is going to remember is the great Loghain. Again, and she's right. Or, think about what would happen to our loved one, in this case Leliana, if we are to fall. Now, I agree with that, Evo. I did not know that, Von Falkenstein. I wasn't aware of that one. We are going to go along with this, of course, because I need to be alive for Awakening, and I want Loghain to be alive for Awakening. So that's gross. But we'll go with it.
A wise decision. I shall wait here then while you go and speak with Loghain. I urge you to be convincing.
Oh yeah, and if you romance Alistair as a woman and then reach this point, that is an interesting sequence. It's okay, I'd have sex with Simon Templeman too. It's... No judgment. No judgment.
I'm surprised you're still awake. I was also surprised to see the Marsh Witch outside your room earlier, glowering quite intensely, even for she. Is something amiss?
We need to have a chat.
That is an odd way to begin. Very well. You have my attention.
I need you to do something you are not going to enjoy. You need to have sex with Claudia Black.
I don't care for the sound of that. What are we talking about exactly?
I know! It's the most horrible thing.
I will assume that this is not simply for your amusement. This is the way to avoid death you spoke of, yes? A ritual, then? What manner of ritual calls for such an act?
It's gonna produce a child.
A child? With me as the father and the Marsh Witch as the mother? I cannot think of anything more ludicrous, nor why you or she would even be interested in such an outcome.
Why don't you ask her yourself?
I would rather not speak to her at all. Even so, none of this is necessary. If Riordan fails, simply let me take that final blow. Let me make amends for what I've done, if it comes to that.
You just want the easy way out.
I'm not seeking glory or an end to my punishment. I'm thinking only of my duty. Please, I wish no part in this. Do not ask it of me.
Look, I need you in Awakening, otherwise I wouldn't ask this of you, okay?
You could order me to obey you, yet you do not. If this is truly what you think is wise, then I will do as you ask. Let us find the Marsh Witch and do this thing quickly before I change my mind.
You can force him, but I don't want to.
'Twould seem your talk is done.
The witch wishes to get right to the point, it seems.
What is it to be, then? Has a decision been reached?
Yes.
Not so quickly. I have a question about this child that will supposedly be born of this.
Interesting. Honesty wouldn't have been my first choice.
I will do this, only if I can be sure that this child will not be used to plague Ferelden. Anora does not need a little brother to appear and lay a claim on her throne.
The child would never know of its father, and I will never return to Ferelden. That I swear.
I will accept that.
Let us go somewhere more private, Loghain. This will not take long at all.
Well. Skip. Let's just skip. Look, you want to watch Simon Templeman have sex with Claudia Black? You do it on your own time. Thanks.
We have gathered all the forces we can.
Who's ready for an awesome speech?
The Darkspawn Horde is sure to reach the capital before us. And so we must race to Denerim as quickly as we can. The lives of many thousands hang in the balance. We must not forsake them. You have gathered an army to replace the one lost at Ostagar, Grey Warden. Let us pray that it will be enough.
I mean, kinda, yeah, Lothario. Not deliberately, though.
Before us stands the might of the Darkspawn Horde. Gaze upon them now, but fear them not. This woman beside me is a native of Ferelden, risen to the ranks of the Grey Wardens. She is proof that glory is within reach of us all. She has survived despite the odds, and without her, none of us would be here. Today, we save Denerim. Today, we avenge the death of my husband, your King Kaelan. But most of all, today, we show the Grey Wardens that we remember and honor their sacrifice. For Ferelden! For the Grey Wardens!
And everyone runs in the opposite direction. Morale penalty from the upcoming fight. Oh, God. So we're officially in the outro. Oh, she's trying her best. I don't know if I agree with that. Or worse, she might actually be trying her best. And that's terrible. But no, to be clear, that is getting a negative. It is badly acted. The end. Cavalry? Oh wait, we don't have a cavalry. Those are in Orlais. You know what? That's fair, Lord Harriman. I won't argue that. I won't argue that. Yeah, make a bad speech. Okay. No, listen, it's swords and maces. And I guess axes for the dwarves.
Press forward!
Thank you, Bragon. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Now, you know what? I'm going to give a negative for Anora's speech. Ding! And 10 negatives for Alistair's speech being robbed of us. Ding-ding-ding! Ah. I mean, the reason Logain didn't give a speech is because Simon Templeman can't give a speech. Oh, wait. Logain gets up there, looks at all of them, and says, "Everyone, I have a question for you, loyal soldiers of Ferelden. If we flip the coin enough times, maybe one time, just once, it'll land on the edge. And then they charge!" Let me get caught up in the review really quick here. The metaphorical causality, you dolts. I've seen some of the Medieval 2 ones. Those are pretty good. Okay. There they are. God. No, thank you, Bregman. For Logain's therapy fund, for having to have sex. I poke fun. Because I have to. I gotta be real. If someone forced me to have sex with someone else against my will, regardless of all other factors, that would not be super fun. I should know. Deus Ex Human Revolution, Zelda Block, and Satisfactory. You got it. Thank you, Braven. Yeah, no, I did actually give it a negative, and the reason why I could summarize extraordinarily easily. Because it's the plot of a porno. Right? Oh my God. The only way that we would ever survive is if we have sex. And then the jazz music starts. It's the plot of a porno. And that's the problem. Like, there's no... It doesn't really line up with a lot of different things. There's so many other ways they could have approached this same concept. And instead they just go with the jazz music. I actually have the... and you're right, it actually contradicts other plot points while we're on the subject. It reminds me of an episode of Star Trek Voyager, where B'Elanna must have sex, or else she'll die. And that's a plot point in that episode. And then, I'm going to spoil something for you. She doesn't, and she doesn't. So, yeah. It's the only way. Yeah, it's the Cinemax thing. Or, excuse me, the Skinemax thing. Just... What's worse is I bet you they had this planned out from the beginning. Like, a lot of things, we could tell they were getting a little bit rushed, or had a little issues, or whatever. But I bet you money that this was something that was planned well in advance. That they had the plot point of have sex with Morgan really early on. Which... Really? Moving on. I don't know, Mr. Red. But the thing is, speaking as an analyst, something who has been going through video games with a fine-tooth comb for over 10 years at this point, it's always observable when something is rushed or unpolished or thrown at the last minute. I've actually pointed out several examples of that in this very game. Usually the pieces don't fit together as well, or there's logical loopholes in it, or the presentation isn't good. Usually the voice acting doesn't really click, the voice direction usually isn't on par, or the animations don't really work, or whatever. But the scene with Morrigan's thing is probably one of the better presented of the cutscenes in the entire game. And it clearly, I don't know, it doesn't have any of those hallmarks of rushed at the last minute. Which again brings me to the conclusion I've already reached. Okay. So, let's see if we can get this done in an hour. We probably can't. We could kill Riordan. That'd be fun. Yeah, some of you, some of you probably don't remember this, but Dragon Age Origins was very heavily marketed as dark fantasy, which, for obvious reasons, I honestly don't even agree with. But as we've already talked about, when they say dark fantasy, we know what they generally mean.
Time to dance.
And that's another and probably final reason why I'd say that, no, that was probably planned from the beginning. Because they wanted it to be a dark fantasy, the dark side of the fantasy. I'm sorry. I don't... How did what I say not answer your question? Help me out, Evo. Marketing is its own thing, and I do absolutely try not to pay attention to it. It's just interesting insight sometimes.
I actually think you have a chance.
Okay, cool. That's why. You had me confused. By the way, notice we have the whole party here, which is cool. One of, I believe, only 2 times? Listen, we can't have them in we can't have the party conventionally. It's sad, but the fact that they do such basic things right is part of why this outro pops for me. For as much negativity as I've spouted at this game, I wouldn't be surprised if some people think I don't like this game. Allow me to clarify that, no, I do actually like this game. And I think this outro is going to help explain at least part of why I tend to have a positive opinion on the matter. Now, if you don't have them equipped, well, that sucks to be you, right? Wrong. Oh, no, never mind. Yep, so it sucks to be you. So there you go. If you don't have them equipped, it sucks to be you. That is the VOD this is, Primarch. So never mind. That sucks, the fact that they don't inform you of the fact that everyone's playable here. Now, after the thing we're doing right now, there's a moment where you can give them equipment and set them up and blah, blah, blah. But this battle we're doing right now, you kind of have to do without the prep time, unless you know it's coming. I'll never tell you, Spartan. Never! I'd rather die than inform you of something I've already done. Now, this battle is super easy, but that is still kind of a weird, odd thing. But anyways, here is now where we can equip them, right? I know there's an equip spot here.
You've managed to fight your way to the gates. We're doing better than I hoped.
That will change quickly.
Bloody Nug Runners are outnumbered 3 to 1.
What are we to do now, Riordan? You have a plan, I assume?
The army will not last long, so we need to move quickly to reach the Archdemon. I suggest taking Loghain and no more than 2 others with you into the city. Anyone you don't bring with you can remain here to prevent more Darkspawn from entering Denerim and our tails.
Okay. Why so small a group?
A large group is only going to draw attention, and I think I know what we need to do. We're going to need to reach a high point in the city. I'm thinking the top of Fort Draken might work.
You want to draw the dragon's attention, I take it.
We have little choice, though I warn you that as soon as we engage the beast, it will call all its generals to help it. I can sense 2 generals in Denerim. You may wish to seek them out before going to Fort Draken.
I am sure that if we did slay those generals, it would stop the Darkspawn in the city from doing a lot of harm.
It may also waste resources trying to find them. The decision is up to you.
Oh, as an aside, you'll notice everybody has dialogue here because the game can handle that kind of a thing. But I've beaten that dead horse into the ground as far as I can, so, you know.
There are already several units of our allies within the city by now. They may be able to come to your assistance if you call them, but their strength will be limited. Now, who do you wish to take with you into the city?
Well, first I want to say thank you, Kira White Noise, for the very strange donation. Of $125.87. I'm gonna round that because I don't deal in cents. Barkspawn's fine. He's just Quantum. Per Aspera, Planescape Torment, a Torment, and the City Builder block. You got it. Thank you. Very, very, very much. Okay, so we're taking Wynn, Ovs, and Alistair Light.
Yes.
Let's go and take our one true love.
Indeed.
Fair enough. Anyone else will need to remain here and assist in keeping more Darkspawn from coming in the gates behind us. Who will lead them?
Honestly, Oghren.
Fine. Let's just move into the blasted main event already.
Good. That should be sufficient. Nothing you have done has prepared you for what you face now. May the Maker watch over you.
So this is it then. All that we've been through has led up to this. Whatever happens now, to either of us, know that I am proud, infinitely proud, to have called you friend. Onward then, and may the Maker smile fortune upon us.
Well, this is it, Warden. When from the blood of battle the stone is fed, let the heroes prevail and the blighters lie dead. As one of the blighters, I sodding salute you. Let's show them our hearts, and then show them theirs.
I love that quote. Unironically.
Demon is next, is it? Part of me is glad that it has decided to leave me here at the gate, but the other part is apprehensive. I would almost say that I feel concern for something other than myself, even maybe for a soft, squishy companion. But that would be silly, wouldn't it?
Thank you, Shay. Scandalous to even consider the notion.
And, do try not to get swallowed whole. If the beast were to fly about afterwards and poop it out, irony would dictate that it would land on me. I couldn't take it. Well then, I suppose this is it. Have fun storming the castle.
You'd be good, okay?
Are you ready? We have reached the battlefield at last.
Thank you for your help, Sten.
I have done nothing. You have carried us this far. Do not doubt that.
Heading off to slay dragons without me, Fine, fine. Say hello to the Archdemon for me. He never writes anymore. It's rather distressing. And do watch your back. No getting eaten, unless you think it's really important, of course.
After all that, I will not be going with you?
In your delicate condition?
I would still see this to the end, but so be it. Let us part ways now. You go your way. to your destiny, and I go my way to mine.
Thank you for everything, Morrigan.
I did not know what it meant to have a friend once, but you I would gladly consider such. Go, slay your archdemon. Live gloriously, my friend.
Let's get this over with, then. There is little time to waste.
So this is it? This is the end? We've come so far. It's strange knowing that all our fates will be decided in a matter of hours. We stand on the precipice before the greatest battle of our age. I wonder if the heroes of old ever felt like this.
Yeah.
I am not afraid. We go to fight for a good cause, and there is nowhere else I would rather be. You are my dearest friend and my love. You lit my path through darkness, and I will stand with you to whatever end. This day, we will forge a legend of our own.
It will never be the same.
Make fun if you want. I love this. This whole sequence.
Counting on you, Warden.
Cliched as hell. Don't care.
Watch over you. Let's get started.
So, now we all tap to jot down some thoughts. If you screw this up, we're all dead, just so you know. Okay, bye. Just letting you know, we're all gonna be dead. Okay, bye. I guess that would be here, wouldn't it? That's what I thought. We'll kill some generals, shall we? Think about it. BioWare's only succeeded at a good outro twice ever. And honestly, I would say this is their best one. So now we get the army picker. It's exactly what it sounds like. In fact, Baldur's Gate 3 tried the same trick, and probably inspired by the exact same reason. There you are. Peekaboo. Could you let go, please? Please? Thank you. Yeah. Oh my god. Agreed, Sorora. And I'm dead. God damn, just stunlocked to death there.
Let's make this quick.
We'll switch over to Liliana for this. Oh my god. As soon as I die, that fell over in a hurry. I gotta reload. So in Baldur's Gate 3, there are characters, Jordan. Do I like the Mass Effect 1 intro? No! No, 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 no. I would say there's exactly one good thing in that entire outro. I don't like the final lead-up, I don't like the final battle, and I don't like the ending. Yeah, who we got? So we got dwarves, elves, mages, and Redcliffe. So this is actually kind of a little one, so let's pull in the Redcliffians, shall we? We're not using AoEs anyways.
Let's make this quick. You should run while you can.
Yep, no golems, because, you know, we're not horrifically evil. A lot of ogres, for some reason. Lynn, could you...
Let's make this quick, shall we?
We may die again here. Yeah, of course, the evil options get you some of the best troops for this battle. Werewolves and golems. Golems are mean in this fight, no joke. Whoop, whoop, whoop. More ogres, more ogres. Take me down to the ogre town. Can you guys, like, kill this thing, please?
Excellent!
Cool. Appreciate you. Get up, Win. Use the thing, Win. Gotta kill more ogres.
On it.
I'm gonna be muting myself periodically because someone's working in the other room, just as a heads up.
Let's make this quick. On your guard. Let's fight.
Of course, Colgrim. So you see, ogres are Qunari Darkspawn.
Right. On your guard.
Yes, really.
You should run while you can.
Yeah, thankfully we have yet to see Qunari brood mothers.
Darkspawn approach. Watch for their blood. Right. Excellent!
Have victory.
This should be easy enough. Is that all you've got? You had it coming. On it. Right. As you wish. Here we go!
You're no match for me.
You're mine! Only one shall stand. Let's make this quick.
Yeah, and letting these guys show up during the final battle is not fun, which is why we're doing this.
Come now. Defend yourself.
We are having a couple of issues, though. And I'm not... Like, I know why, but I don't know why. Wynn is not healing, and I'm not sure why. So I know why we're dying. It's because Wynn isn't healing. What I don't know is why she's not healing.
On it.
Bull crap. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at her script in a minute here after I die in a second, which is probably what's about to happen. Yeah, Wynn is taking notes from Donald Duck.
Thank you.
It's me.
Let's get started.
No, I think you're right, Lord Harriman. I think she is prioritizing meleeing over healing. And I have no idea why. I guess we can look now. Put her on... passive. And just stop attacking with her in general. See if that helps. Yes, this is the Airshok fight, in a nutshell.
Is that all you've got?
We will, of course, be playing a mage there. Although, I've had to kite the Airshok before on a two-handed sword build once. Because I was just really underpowered for that. God damn it, would you stop spawning for 5 seconds? Just 5 seconds, that's all I ask. Yep, Carver gets to live. I should note I've never actually done a full playthrough of Dragon Age 2 on Nightmare, and I never will. No, yeah, I'm with you, Colgrim. I don't remember this fight being particularly hard, which is why I'm vaguely confused. Oh, you mean the Airshok fight? Sorry. Right. No, I've had issues with the Airshok fight several times. I freely admit that. Oh. Yeah, they just keep spawning. I think that is kind of the core issue, is they are just chain spawning ogres. And they are a pile of padding.
Here we go.
Almost there. So, some of you were there when we did our, I believe it was the lore run of Dragon Age 2. We've never reviewed Dragon Age 2. In fact, we've only streamed Dragon Age 2 once, ever. So this will be our second time. I had been playing on normal, and if you remember, in the middle of the run, I cranked it down to easy. I was like, hey, the game is a lot more fun then. And you remember that? I've never forgotten that moment, because it was such a weird feeling. A game generally shouldn't get better if you crank the difficulty down. Like, don't mistake me, I'm down for good difficulty, up and down, but that shouldn't be like the deciding factor of, oh, I'm having fun now. My opinion, obviously. Get up. Get up. Get up. No, it's all good, Lord Harriman. I'm a scrub, but doesn't know what he's doing, and blah, blah, blah. I hear it literally every day of my life. It's cool. Ugh. I will similarly not bore you with my own opinion on Dragon Age 2's combat right now. Although, I do have an entire syndrome named after it, so I think that gives away my opinion pretty expertly. Yeah, Lord Harriman says that Rogue is the way to do higher difficulty there, too. And yeah, Bethany is just better than Carver, obviously. That's true, Valerian. and valid. The only reason I tend to not lean towards that myself is because I actually pride myself at being good at video games. It's something completely regardless of my job that I actually aspire towards. Why are you not... I mean, I did challenge runs and speed runs of Mega Man games before I knew those were things, you know? Why are you... Okay. Is that the song I want? I want Song of Courage, don't I? Hang on. Yep, that's the one I want. Boop. Why are you not currently doing Song of Courage? Liliana. Liliana! Beautiful song. Has Dragon Age 2 Syndrome ever affected a movie or a show? Yes. This sounds strange, but I can think of several comedies that have Dragon Age 2 Syndrome. Now, before I explain, how many of you know what I'm talking about?
Let's get started.
I didn't mean a specific example, Bragon, although I will admit I have never been a fan of The Office.
It's you. The Maker sure gave you the gift of good timing, didn't he? There's a large group of Darkspawn approaching and the gates won't hold. We need your help.
Don't worry. I got your back.
They're breaking through!
Run, all of you! Run for your lives!
So yeah, as a reminder, for those of you who don't know what Dragon Age 2 Syndrome is, and this is important, it's something that's good that by excessive repetition becomes bad. And that's important. You have to consider both parts of that equation there. Let's bring the elves for this. I think that's appropriate.
You had it coming.
So, yeah, I have seen several comedy films which are funny, but then they just keep hitting the jokes over and over and over and over and over, and it grates on me. It stops being funny by sheer virtue of the fact that they will not stop being joke, 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 joke. We actually talked about this with regards to Divinity Original Sin 1. It's probably one of the biggest flaws of the story of that game, is it's just joke, 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 joke. And yeah, it just stops being good at a certain point. That's cute. See, I can think of several examples of this, but rather than give specifics, I'll just stick with that. Did someone... Oh, for God's sakes, would you use... Oh, you're not set up to use potions, are you? Yeah, you're not. Okay, that's my bad. I apologize. I forgot you're not Alistair. You look just like him. It's weird. Action films can do the same thing. There are several action films where the action is so non-stop and so ridiculous that it loses all meaning. And I just kind of start being like, uh-huh.
Come now, defend yourself.
Okay.
Let's get started. Defend yourself.
Now, obviously, I have seen this in games, too. But, because it is primarily a game trope. But to continue the analogy for just a second, if Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was just a movie, and not a video game, it would still fall victim to Dragon Age 2 syndrome. you heard it here. Archers are better than Redcliffs. Look, I love playing DOS 1, excuse me, on the gameplay axis. We'll see if we ever review it on the story axis. It's on the list, Penka, but it's a long game, and, well, end statement.
Right.
Divinity Original Sin 1 Triexia. It's a turn-based, tactical-focused CRPG. Finally. Actually, I'm not really doing that, but I do need that, so I'm gonna stick with it. Come on, just let me get the fireball off! No! I missed. Damn it. It should be on the website. It's on the list regardless, but the website should be up to date. Well, as of like 2 days ago. I mean, that's one of the reasons I don't spit too much venom at first games, Colgrim. Because even a bad first game often leads to a good second, or third, or fifth, or 18th game.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we're just gonna move on. You. Activate this. And turn it off. Cool. Okay. 2 generals down. That only took us half an hour. Waste. I have not, Lord Hermon. Obviously. Since I didn't even realize it was possible. Yeah, the best part is this is padding no matter how you slice it. We either fight these long, sloggy fights here, or we fight them during the final boss fight while fighting another encounter, too. I like the idea of, like, choosing your poison on that, but in practice, it's just irritating. Incredibly hard, Croatia. It's a new difficulty I just invented yesterday. Meanwhile, the other fight we haven't even done yet is over here. Apparently we're playing as Augur, and that should be fun. We apparently haven't leveled in a minute. Let's fix that really quick. Agreed, Spartan. Yeah, that'll do. Not that though. There we go. Hey, he finally has overwhelmed.
Beware! A large group of Darkspawn have broken away from the battle. They're charging this way. They'll be here any minute.
Well, let's kill him.
Look now, Darkspawn. You're pathetic.
Go, Shale! And Shen. Sten. Which has an T in it, not an S. H. Oh my god. Listen, Darkspawn can't do anything. We got that kill. Zevran! Dude! Stop killing Darkspawn ogres! God, Zevran! Glory Hog, I swear. Yeah, we're just gonna squat up here. Hold him at the gate! Hold him at the gate! Not him. Him. Yep. Like, can I not reach him? I cannot reach my target.
Now we really do. I think that's all of them, yes?
Why did you say that, Zevran? Yeah, Sten's just got his lightsaber up there. Well, we held the line. We have held the line.
Shall I send word that the gates are secured?
Yep.
Right away.
I mean, it's unironically a good speech, original Game Off. Memes aside. We talked about that when we reviewed Mass Effect 1. I like this. Riordan doesn't succeed here, nor arguably should he. But he gives us our shot. Because of the damage he does to its wing. Now, the catch here is, a creature like that probably shouldn't rely on physics to fly. So the damage to the wing probably shouldn't do anything to it, but let's ignore that. Goodbye, Riordan. You were the hero of another game, in which we were the party member. Now to summon the golems, because I remember this one being one of the harder sections. Oh, that sucks, Lord Harrimont. For them, obviously. For you, it's hilarious. Yes, I am wearing Galen's armor. Oh, come on. You're just gonna be a prick about it? Here, come on. I'm down here. I'm down here. Come on. Come on. Who's a good Darkspawn? Come on. Come on, boy. Come here. Yeah, this particular encounter, this room, this cell, this one I remember the least fondly of the three big ones on the climb, or on the way up to the tower. I mean, honestly, Sarura. remember the first time I did this, and I was all pomp and vigor. I was like, yeah, I got this. I just got bodied out of nowhere, and I was like, oh, okay.
Only one shall stand. Have at you! Let's get started. As you wish.
Well, by the time I got to this the first time, I was playing a normal. And, because this is the playthrough I didn't really care about the game. And I was also kind of tired of the game, if you remember, because of that playthrough. So I was just like, I got this. Because I'd gotten into a nice vibe, and I had, it was, oh God, what was this? Me, Alistair, Morgan.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have got it?
You know, I don't remember who my fourth was, but either way, I had a good tank, I had a good magic DPS, I had a good, and win.
Less fighting, more dying.
I had a good magic DPS, I got a healer, I had a tank, and I had myself up there meleeing. I was like, yeah, I got this. And yeah, you see that group over there, that ogre? Well, I pulled him, and that ogre, all in the same thing. And that,
Show me what you've got. You had it coming.
Oh, absolutely, Loke. Riordan actually did say earlier that the moment we attack the Archdemon is the moment that the Darkspawn are going to be summoned back into a defensive fortification to protect the Archdemon. And lo and behold... Shrieks! Shrieks!
Let's get started. My mark is the maker. I suppose fire should be easy enough. Sometimes.
So far, putting Win on passive seems to have fixed the issue. I think what was happening is the AI does not know how to stop swinging. So what would probably happen... No, Mr. Red. Oh, we're dead. What?
Enough!
I'm confused by that.
Alright, battle it is then.
Okay. Anyways, I think when she does a swing, even though she can interrupt her animation, I don't think the AI knows that. I don't think the script understands that. So it does a swing, and then it checks for the next thing to do. And it may or may not trigger, oh, you have to heal, or oh, you have to buff, or whatever. So if it doesn't trigger anything, then you do another swing. And you have to wait till the swing's done in order to do the check again. And that's adding like a good second and a half before it would pull for what to do next in the gambits. And I think that's what was going on there. I've never encountered that before. But then I've never given her a sword before, so I guess that's on me. What do you think of the combat flow in the game? It's the best combat ever made in the history of the ever. And I'm going to prove that by fighting 7 billion things here.
Right ahead.
There we go. See that? They're all dead. Isn't that great? No, this fight right here sucks. Unless you have Mana Clash, then this fight's going to be awesome. Because you just kill that mob up there. Shoot. Okay, hang on. I'm joking. So, combat flow. I mean, it's not as smooth as Dragon Age 2, but it certainly has a lot more depth to it. H2 Syndrome. Okay, for real. But I think... I've been thinking about this whole time. And I think the final word I'm going to say about Dragon Age Origins combat, and you'll notice I have not given any positives or negatives, is that it's inoffensive. And I'm dead.
This is...
You literally have a res. Get me up.
As you say.
Yeah, it's not the best, it's not the worst. I've seen worse, and I've seen better. And honestly, I think that's probably going to be my final review on the matter. I don't think I'm going to give it the core combat any positives or any negatives. It's there.
Only one shall stand.
I do think some of the encounters are neat, but the problem is, even if you crank up the difficulty, which, again, I have experience with, all it really does is make the... let me try to think out of it. It makes you have to think about the fights more, obviously. Duh. But at the same time, nothing about the core combat changes. You're still limited to a relatively small pool of abilities and a relatively small pool of resources, which you have to manage at all times. It's not as kit-heavy as a game like this probably should be. And I think that's one of the things that pulls it down for me.
As you wish.
Having said that, I do think the one thing that the core combat itself does very well is the reserve thing, right? The maintain enchantment or buff thing you could do. That's a great idea, and I'm totally in favor of that. Would it be better if it was turn-based? No. That wouldn't... Oh, Jesus. That wouldn't change anything about the core combat in a way that I think would really be better, or even worse for that matter.
Let's get started.
Yes, well, oh, sorry, you said one. I'm still gonna go with yes, Colra. Now, that's from memory. And I should probably mention, I have never played DOS 1 solo. And if there's one thing that I know, it's that my memories of games that I've played co-op are universally better than if not. Because, well, playing a game co-op always makes a game better. Yeah, I'm curious too, Lord Harrowmont, because it's been a minute. Unless it's Battletoads. In which case, ah! Oh, Logain's dead. And I'm in hell. Let's just reload. Let's just reload. Yeah, there are games I have praised because I have played them in co-op, and then I have actually sat down and played them solo, usually for stream, and they just do not hold up the same way. I can actually give an example for that right off the top of my head. Every Far Cry game. Now, granted, we've only reviewed, what was it, New Dawn, I think? But I've played New Dawn with a friend, and that was a fun game. With a friend. Far Cry has co-op, yeah. It is decent co-op. It has some irritations and some frustrations, but it's also full campaign co-op, and does a good job of, you know, making sure that you progress, and blah, blah, blah.
Is that all you've got?
I never played Primal, so I can't speak to that.
Right. Oh, you are fun.
Yeah, yeah, it's Horatio co-op, exactly. Nope. This might be another wipe. See a second. Oh my god, shrieks now? Really? No, Horatio from Far Cry New Dawn, Sarura.
Time for some fun.
Yeah, he was a boar who, for probably the first time in video gaming, acted like a goddamn boar. He was a tank. And when I say that, I mean there were times when we would start a base knockover mission and just sit back and let Horatio deal with it. And he could. Because he's a boar. Yeah, exactly, Sarura.
I got it.
For once, he was actually exactly as overpowered as he should be. Get up, Loghain. I mean, we're female Pika, so, you know, limited options here. One thing this game does better than, say, KOTOR, there's a terrible outro, is there's a vendor coming up. Come on. There we go. Which is important because the enemies are still dropping loot and money. I have played Endless Space 2. In fact, I've streamed it. Yep, so, bunch of dead. Bunch of dead. Oh no! I mean, what do you think, Pika? What are the options here, exactly? I mean, you say that, Evo, but as a reminder, in the KOTOR 1 Final Dungeon, the enemies drop loot and money. There is no final vendor in KOTOR 1. That's also not the only example of that. That happens in Neverwinter Nights 1 as well.
Come and get it.
Yeah, but we can't have Loghain die because I need him in Awakening. But that's my point, Evo. It's clearly an oversight, not a design decision. Oh, wow, comma. Well, I hope you had fun.
Come now, defend yourself.
Yeah, exactly, French philosopher. Like, remember, they have to set loot tables and decide ranges and stuff, and affix that kind of thing to mobs, and all of that's a whole lot of extra work for absolutely no gain. Probably not Sarura. I do because I've replayed that game far too many times. Including this year.
Trap right ahead. On it.
Did I fight something other than just endless waves of enemies? Is that a thing? But no, that's exactly the point I'm making, French philosopher. The fact that there is a vendor coming up is its own point in favor of this outro. What are you doing?
Watch out!
Oh, we'll fix that, Evo. The best part is you'll probably hate him. Because, you know... I don't know how to finish that sentence. Because it would be funny. In a very unfunny way. Where am I? Okay. Yeah, my favorite thing about the first actual campaign in Neverwinter Nights 1, aka the first expansion, Is it wasn't done by BioWare. Coolest mentor character in all of video gaming, other than Luigi. Let me think about that. I mean, kinda, yeah, Evo. Oh, there's a lot of dead Darkspawn in here. Good job. Oh god, they killed an ogre too. Who managed all...
Enchantment?
You are surrounded by Darkspawn corpses. What happened here?
Enchantment!
Okay. Well, you know, while we're here. If you could just do that. Yep, there we go.
Enchantment?
Do you have any of your dad's wares for sale? No reason. I'm just, you know, I'm wondering. Sell Morgan's clothing. Like you do. Enchantment? In killing! Or, no, I'm sorry. So let's blow some money here. Because this fight can suck if you're a moron, terrible and awful like me. So, that should do. Save. Final battle time. I got 8 minutes. I got this. We got this. Totally the final battle right here. This is it. This giant maze-like floor. God damn it. Yes, asterisk, von Falkenstein. Variance in taste and preference, Evo. Oh, you wanted a joking answer. Because I have terrible taste. I suck. Where am I? Hey, they've got bananas. Mass Effect 1, French philosopher. No question. Any questions? Why is Wynn dead? Why am I on the ground? Why is... What? I legitimately missed what was happening there. Come on, game. Nope, it's just we're having memory leaks. Ah, it's fair, von Falkenstein. That's not how I interpreted the question. So, okay, if we're retroactively removing one of the franchises from existence, what do I care about more? Dragon Age Origins or Mass Effect 2? Because that's what the question boils down to. Wait, really? Dakota? That's hysterical. Headshot! Why do I... Could you fix this, please?
Immediately.
Thank you.
This should be easy enough.
I've now turned around again. You know, that's true. Maybe we could get Mass Effect 2 without Mass Effect 1. Oh, okay, so trying to think of the super summary answer here. Everything a computer program does dumps information into active memory in order to try and pull it as quickly and efficiently as possible. Basic stuff, right? Thing is, what a program is also supposed to do is a culling phase, where it pulls that information right back out of the memory, because it's no longer needed. You've done whatever it is you needed it for. If you don't pull it efficiently, well, then you have a problem. If you don't pull it at all, you have a much bigger problem. What the hell was that? it's actually pretty common to have games that just kind of don't cull that information and to have some kind of memory leaks. Because it's really, really easy for spare bits of data to just get stuck, right? Like, that's normal. That's understandable. It's relatable. It's normal. Cool. Whatever. But some games have a whole lot worse of a culling period than others, like Unity engine games. But also this one. This game has such a bad memory leak that, again, for me, it's on average once per hour that I need to restart the game.
As you wish.
Is it fixable? So the answer to that question is yes. How feasible that is, that's a little bit different, because the culling process is a whole thing, right? Like, it's not something, oh my god. It's not something that just happens. You have to sit and manually set the culling process per... The culling script per process, I think is a better way to phrase that. In other words, yes, but the amount of optimization that requires is not small. And in a game like this, which is keeping track of tons and tons and tons of stuff all simultaneously, yeah. Alright, Eva. Well, no, the Rational Ginger, because no matter how much memory you have, the game can only handle so much memory. This very game, we're actually playing with a patched version of the game in order to increase what the game can pull memory-wise. But to be very clear, the game isn't even coming close to hitting my memory. I have tons upon tons upon tons of very good RAM in my machine, and I've got plenty of virtual memory on SSDs to boot after that. That's not the issue. The issue is the very game itself, the executable, can only handle so much active memory at a time. That's true for everything, not just video games. If you ever wonder why things like Chrome or editing programs like Photoshop or Corel, they just kind of start to slog after a while, it's because they can only handle so much in the program, whether or not they're actually hitting your machine. Or to put this differently, both your hardware and the software have different ceilings for what they can handle. But even if your hardware's way up here, your software ceiling could be down here, like it is for this game. Make sense? Yeah, I'm actually living in a ditch right now, French philosopher. I technically committed suicide. Thanks for that, YouTube. And, this is my afterlife. I just get to sit here and stream games for the rest of my life, which, you know, honestly, you know, worse fates.
Trap right ahead.
What's the rent on the ditch? It's only about $1,400 a month. Yeah, we're just gonna push through the traps. Come on. Push through the traps, thank you. Oh god, Valerian. I mean, honestly, $1,400 a month would be low rent right now. That's not a joke. Like, I would be lucky to find a place that costs $1,400 a month. It's why I don't have my own place anymore. One of the reasons, but, you know, a big contributor.
On it. Stay still.
I am grateful to have family who already has a place to live, that has the space and availability and interest in taking me in, because otherwise, I probably would have committed suicide. That's not a joke. There's not a lot of other real options there, you know. It's like, well, I could be homeless or, dead.
This should be easy enough.
Decisions. Oh. Any reason why, Braglin? I've actually wondered that for a while, why you don't move. So anyways, final battle time. Yeah, I was only homeless for 5 months, but, that was a long 5 months. Joking and jesting aside, to this day, I don't know how I did, Lord Aramon. So, final battle. Hey, we can summon people. What do you know? Let's get the dwarves! The dwarves have got our back. And that way we can't use our AoEs. No, that's okay. I'm not trying to fish for sympathy. It's just a statement of fact. It sucks. And that's the end of the sentence, really. I am grateful for having what I have. Me too, Rational Ginger. Me too. Oh god. So, there's a lot of harder fights than this on Nightmare, but this fight can be a thing on Nightmare. Especially if you didn't bring the golems. It's a great fight for the golems, by the way.
Let's get started. Oh, you had it coming.
Yeah, it's just... I lost her. Him? God, I don't actually remember. Yeah, spamming the Arbalest. Not a bad strategy. Yeah, the Darkspawn version of this fight, we're probably not even going to do on camera, to be very blunt. Oh yeah, last place you want to be is like under a bridge or something like that, Speaker, so I sympathize. I literally just answered you, Pika. I think Pika's not listening to me. Which, I don't blame him. I wouldn't listen to me either. Yeah, the reason I brought dwarves for this is because they're really good at holding all the other trash down there while I do this. I mean, they're just holding the center. Now, we're gonna go ahead and help a little bit here, just really quick. A little strategic aid. Yeah, pass the ball to Tucker. But admittedly, while I do enjoy this game and several of its encounters, I'm not sure this is one of the better ones, you know? Oh, wow, French. I am glad you're doing better. Whoops. Oh, God. Pay attention, Mark. Pay attention. He's not where I thought he was. Yeah, honestly, I'm probably going to give this a negative. But first, we have to give it a fireball.
This should be easy enough.
Do it. Go away, please. Thanks. Yeah, it just kind of drags, and at a certain point, the fight's kind of solved, one way or the other. So it's just like, why is this still happening? Imagine this without the catapult, which I don't have to do because I've done that before.
You forced our hand.
How would I improve this fight? Oh, jeez, I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of mechanics you could do in this engine or this game, so... I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. I mean, that's where I'm at right now, Sarura. Kind of with you. Well, yeah, no, that's actually what I was thinking, Lord Harriman. See, the biggest problem with this is that it's a typical fight. And that's the problem. This is an outro fight. This is a final boss. It really should be, you know, something more special than this. I mean, you know my policy on that, and I have that opinion for a pretty strong reason. Many years of many games have made me think that direction. Now, story-wise, I'm with you, Lord Harriman. The fact that you can summon the troops, the fact that there's the the big epic battle going on, there's Irving right there, just doing his thing, helping out. That's cool. I'm with that. Gameplay-wise, so who's gonna get the final blow? Nobody, because he did a tail swipe right as he died. It's okay, I may be a mage, but I know how to wield a sword. Gotta do the power slide. What's funny is I actually do know how to wield a sword, because I'm an arcane warrior. Yeah, imagine if I'm in mage robes and never actually took Arcane Warrior. Also, I seem to be missing the head. Why are you two... Oh, whatever. It's okay. Well, I am probably going to give that a negative, and by probably I mean definitely. I'm also about to shotgun some positives at the game, so make of that what you will. Yeah, I like that touch, Lord Harriman. And yep, Phantom 1 style. They all run. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Luke. I like that.
And then it was over.
Oh god, I'm hearing Duncan's voice again.
With the Archdemon dead,
Sorry.
Darkspawn Horde quickly crumbled.
Hey, bitch!
Fled back into the deep roads. They would remain a threat in the years to come, but the Blight had been ended before it had truly begun.
Duncan's
Ferelden
narrating
had
from
been
beyond
saved,
the grave.
And the entire kingdom rose up to joyously greet its queen.
Who would have to marry soon, and by the way, as a reminder, is probably barren. So.
The Grey Wardens stood redeemed.
Have fun with that.
And a new age had begun. But at what cost?
Oh god, Duncan's the maker.
My friends, we are gathered to celebrate those responsible for our victory. Of those who stood against the Darkspawn siege of Denerim, there is one in particular who deserves commendation. The one who led the charge against the Archdemon and killed it remains with us still, an inspiration to all she saved that day. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the hero of Ferelden. The first Grey Warden to defeat the Blight since Garahel 4 centuries ago.
Sorry, Braven. That's hilarious.
It's hard to imagine how you could have aided Ferelden more. I think it only appropriate that I return the favor.
Free the mages, and it'll never come up again. Like, seriously, it's never gonna come up. Why don't you give me a title? Like, say, I don't know, give me Amaranthine? That might work.
An excellent point. We can begin with a monument here in Denerim, dedicated to Alistair and all the other Grey Wardens who fell to save us.
Yep, Alistair definitely fell to save us.
More about the Darkspawn. We'll face them again, here and with the dwarves. Let it also be known that the Arling of Amaranthine, once the land of Arlhow, is now granted to the Grey Wardens. There they can rebuild, following the example of those who went before them. What are your plans? Will you remain with the Grey Wardens?
Yeah. obviously. I need to go to Amaranthine.
I am certain they will be relieved to know your intentions. There is a group of eager Ferelden citizens waiting outside to get a look at their hero. I suggest you make at least a brief appearance before they storm the gate. Just tell the guard at the door when you are ready.
I mean, I said it earlier, Bragwin. Anora is an amateur when it comes to politicking. Someone like Selene, who has been on top of the game of Orlais for however many years, runs circles around her. No offense to Anora, it's just that different league, you know? I mean, in the interest of fairness, there is no option to kill Anora. Now, I don't want to beat a dead horse. Which I realize just implies that Anora is a dead horse. But that's not what I mean, I swear to God. What I mean is, it is strange in a game like Dragon Age Origins, which allows you to spare or kill an inordinate quantity of people, including almost your entire party. There is no option to kill Anora. I've always thought that was kind of strange.
Allow me to offer you my personal congratulations, Warden. I must admit that while I did not share my father's pessimism regarding the Grey Wardens, I had my doubts that such a small number of you could be victorious. Yet here you are.
Damn right.
Normally I would call that bravado, but it seems your confidence is deserved. Now I see Arl Eamon gesturing to me. There is more work to be done. I must take my leave of you, I fear. Enjoy the rest of the celebration, Warden. I shall speak to you again before the day is done.
It could be Geludo. I don't know. Because, I mean, remember, they weren't planning for a sequel, so having an option where, like, everything goes badly, she's kicked out or killed, and then Alistair dies, should probably have been something on the table. You know? Yeah, they weren't even planning for Awakening. And, again, you can do an inordinate quantity of things to completely screw over this setting in this game because they weren't planning for a sequel, which is sort of my overall point. I'm not saying that should be in the game considering the future. I'm saying it's surprising it's not in the game considering the present.
So it appears that Riordan was wrong. I find it difficult to believe that he deliberately misled us. Have you another explanation for what happened?
You had sex with Morrigan.
I should have known. The witch disappeared not long after the battle and has not been seen since. I assume this was expected. Still, the Orlesian Grey Wardens have been persistent in their questions, and tend to keep any thoughts on the matter to myself. I understand you're returning to the Wardens, as am I. I've been tapped to lead up their recruitment efforts here in Ferelden. Anora's influence, no doubt. I would have preferred she not interfered.
Well, she's certainly her father's daughter.
True enough. Let us put an end to the chatter here. I'm sure neither of us has the stomach for it. Go and return to your celebration. Regardless of what I might think, you ended the Blight. You deserve your accolades.
So it survived after all. My impression that all creatures made of flesh were hopelessly squishy was, premature.
I mean, most people.
No doubt. It has proven to me, however, that fleshiness does not automatically mean squishiness. It has made me revise my opinion of its kind, my kind. I am, or at least was, a dwarf. A creature of flesh. I have to keep reminding myself that. In fact, I think I may even try to become one again.
Aw, well, I hope you show up in the sequels, because that would be awesome. BioWare.
Wynn has offered to accompany me to Tevinter to speak with the mages there. The Circle of Minrathrus has the largest collection of arcane knowledge in Thedas. If it is possible to reverse this process, then the knowledge to do so will be there, or that is my hope. And if not, then I will keep looking. I have nothing if not time, yes?
That's true. Good luck.
I intend to return eventually, unless I finally decide to destroy all pigeons everywhere. That may take a while, but otherwise I will come back. If it happens to one day see a tiny little dwarf who appears very nervous of being squished, that will be me. Until then, I wish it well. You have been a fine friend.
Peace, Shale.
It is very strange to hear so many speak of a mage in such glowing terms. Deserved, of course, but still not what I am accustomed to. Allow me to offer you my congratulations and my thanks. The tower is now nearly restored to order. It could have been so much worse.
You're welcome.
It pleases me to see such a young pupil achieve prominence. I look forward to watching what you accomplish next. Now, I should leave you to your celebration. Uldred's revolt has left me very quick to tire these days. Retirement will come soon, I think.
My one true love.
So here we are. The conquering heroine has won the day, and now she takes her bow and exits the stage. A fine ending.
But does the heroine get the girl?
Yes. Yes, she most certainly does. You know, I can't help now but think of my vision. The Maker sent me to help you, and look what you did. It's a miracle. It truly is. So, if I heard right, you'll be leaving soon. Any room for an extra body on your travels?
Yes, but for some reason, you're not... I mean, I know why you're not an Awakening.
Good. Because there's nowhere I'd rather be than at your side. At any rate, I should let you get back to your celebration before someone drags you away. I look forward to seeing you again afterwards.
No, we'll talk about it more during Awakening, but the summary is... They didn't build Dragon Age Origins with a sequel in mind. And so when they started making an immediate sequel, an expansion, in Awakening, they were like, ugh. And they were kind of up against the wall with what they could do with it. We'll talk more about it later. Thank you, Voice of Authorita. Always appreciate. And I will go ahead and jot down. For Altars 83DE. Pentiment, Pathfinder, all the super long game. Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. There we go. Zevran!
I will be relieved when all this pomp and ceremony is done. Such events are perfect opportunities for assassins, after all. I can't help but expect the crows to appear at any moment, which would be a welcome break, mind you.
No, it has not, Bragwin. In fact, there's a good chance it will not come out. And I have told everyone who's donated towards that very clearly that if it doesn't, all those donations aren't going towards anything. Or rather, they're going towards dealer's choice, because they're gambling. That's on you. That's on you. So, you don't have to stay.
And leave you to face the unwashed masses alone? Perish the thought. You know, it does occur to me that staying in one place is only going to invite the crows to find me that much quicker. While fun, that might eventually get complicated. You said earlier that you were planning on returning to the Grey Warden fold soon. Is that true?
Yep. Amaranthine.
A Grey Warden? Me? Oh, no, no, no. There are some bodily fluids even I won't touch. The Grey Wardens seem to be a fun bunch to hang around, however. Maybe they won't mind a resident assassin. I'm an excellent mascot.
That's true.
And I promise not to get you into too much trouble. Well, no more than you get me into, anyhow. Well then, since we're going to be leaving together, we can speak after you have been sufficiently paraded in front of the populace. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you and make sure no one gets a clear shot. Not without paying me a great deal of coin, anyhow.
The hero of Ferelden. My. How does it feel?
That's strange.
Of that I have no doubt. It's a title you'll be wearing for a long time to come, just as Loghain wore his. But it's not so bad, is it? A blight defeated with the other nations barely becoming aware. Who could ask for better?
I mean, it's not like I did it by myself.
I don't think many heroes ever do. I'm glad not to be on the receiving end of all this attention myself. I say, let the young have their fame. Not that I've gone without notice. Irving asked me to take over as first enchanter, but I don't wish to go back. Not after all this. Instead, I've decided to travel. Shale has expressed a desire to go to Tevinter to look into a way to regain her mortality. And I will join her. It's true, I don't know how much time I have. Maybe not very long at all. So, I shall see as much of the world as the Maker allows. Perhaps this is a gift in the end. A nudge in the right direction? I doubt we will meet again, my dear. If not, please accept my best wishes.
They call you hero. I have not heard it used before, but I think I understand the intent. The Arishok on occasion has declared a Kunari to be Kunoran Vel, one who serves as an example to others. Such examples are always made after their death, however, a death in service to the Kyun. A living Kunoran Vel would be too proud.
Yeah. Do the Kunari do celebrations, parades?
When a Kunoran Vel is declared, certainly. It is one of few occasions when the Kunari are permitted to engage in revelry. There is imbibing of spirits, public chanting, meditations abandoned. It is madness.
Right. That would be an interesting sight.
It is interesting. It can take days for the Ben Hasrath to restore order. There may even be executions. I suppose I should tell you. I have decided to return to my people. Your quest is done, and thus so is my reason for accompanying you.
I'm glad I got your sword.
Yes. I suspect Parvolin will not look the same as it once did. My views have changed a little. It must be said, you gave me the chance to redeem my honor, and now it is done. I owe you a debt.
It's all good.
It has. That one of the Baz, a foreigner, would become known as Kadan to me. Unthinkable. Yet here it is. Perhaps I shall see you again one day. Until then, may you always find the path you seek. Farewell, Kadan.
No, it's cool. They have plenty of excitement, constantly mass murdering everyone else and forcing them to convert to their religion.
Humans have a better taste for spirits than I thought. The ale up here is actually good. Orzammar ale tastes like dirt in comparison. Probably because they put dirt in it. Go figure.
Yeah. So you staying?
For now. They may have already branded me a surfacer back home anyhow. I'm getting used to that big sky up there. And I'm thinking I might just look up Felsi again. See where that goes.
She's standing right next to you.
Yeah, I'd better. She throws me out and shacks up with some poetess. I don't think my ego could take it. Ah, well, enough babbling. That pot-bellied son of a whore Tegan said I'd pass out before drinking an entire barrel of pickle juice. I aim to prove him wrong.
Take care of yourself, Oghren.
Been good traveling with you, Warden. Don't get lost in the shuffle now.
Yeah, she's right. Okay, whatever. And...
Are you ready, my lady? The crowds outside are getting restless.
Hang on.
Let me...
Hang on. We need this. This is actually important. There we go. And scene.
Are you ready, my lady? The crowd... Right.
In the months following her coronation, Honora proved an adept ruler. Trade agreements quickly brought new funds to the royal coffers, and with them the queen saw the capital rebuilt, army restored, laws passed to encourage freeholders to produce sufficient harvests, and plans conceived for a university. I definitely believe you, Gabe. As the years passed, Honora continued to rebuff the advice of the nobility, requesting she remarry. Though prospective suitors from other nations visit Denerim from time to time, the queen's only comment to all of them is they fall short of the bar that she measures them against, that of her father. She will only marry her father? Whatever. Daddy issues. News that the urn of sacred ashes has been found in Ferelden did not spread outside the Chantry until the brother Genevieve made an announcement several months after the defeat of the Darkspawn. The manuscript detailing his research and his experience with Andraste's cult drew huge interest among scholars throughout Thedas. Some years later, the Chantry announced that the resting place of Andraste's ashes had indeed been found. A ripple of excitement spread amongst the pious people of Thedas, with many undertaking the pilgrimages to see the ashes or partake of their healing powers. Following the months of effort, the Tower of the Circle of Magi was finally cleansed of the last of the spirits to slip through the veil. No further abominations were ever created, ever, and First Enchanter Irving was pleased to declare the circle safe. All that could have been saved had been. With the slavers shut down in the alienage, the lot of the city-born elves improved over time. A food shortage, years later, forced Honora to come down hard on the elven rioters, an act not as quickly forgiven and a sign that tensions between the human and elves were far from resolved. Shiana continues to be an outspoken member of the alienage community, and in time became the new elder. That outspokenness earned her frequent trouble, but served her people well, despite the aforementioned starvation. Earl Eamon returned to Redcliffe, beginning the long task of rebuilding. He found his village already bustling and eager to leave behind the memories of those terrible nights facing the undead. And the Darkspawn? Connor was sent off to study at the Circle, and considering his earlier experiences, he excelled in his training, and easily passed his harrowing to become a full mage. At his father's urging, he accepted a position in Tevinter to undertake formal study of the Fade. The Dalish elves prospered after the siege of Denerim. Who'd they do that? Having earned that much respect for their part in the battle, for once the human lands welcomed the wandering folk. Their new keeper, Lanaya, was respected amongst the Dalish as well as the Ferelden court, a voice of reason, and other Dalish clans would turn to her for help to resolve disputes with the human folk. In time, many of the Dalish clans moved to the new land provided for them in the south near Ostagar. Wary of their human neighbors, however, tension soon rose, and only the Lanaya's leadership kept peace alive. Meanwhile, in Orzammar, Lord Harrowmont found himself in a protracted battle against Balin's rebellion that left him unable to gain the stability he needed. He's at -3 right now. The clan lords objected to many of his measurements in the assembly, and only his efforts to increase the dwarves' isolation from the surface met with any success. In time, Harrowmont's health began to fail. Some claimed it was poison, some claimed a flagging spirit. Either way, after a protracted illness, he passed away. The wrangling and the assembly for a successor began almost immediately. The dwarven mage Dagna ultimately completed her studies at the rebuilt tower and is going to be in Dragon Age Inquisition. This inspired mages from other parts of Thedas to establish a new circle of magi in Orzammar itself, one that has ready access to dwarven lyrium and lies outside of Chantry's power completely. The willingness of Orzammar to harbor apostates sparks outrage and begin whispers that the Divine is contemplating a new exalted march, aka a crusade. Although the Anvil of the Void was destroyed, rumors about its location crept into Orzammar. Years later, thanks to the defeat of the Darkspawn on the surface, a few determined smiths managed to locate the Anvil's remains. They examined it and upon returning to Orzammar, convinced the Shaper to attempt to recreate Caridin's research. A new golem was created, bound with a spirit taken from the Fade. The golem immediately went insane, killing several Shapers before it was destroyed. The research was branded excessively dangerous and sealed away. Whispers of its existence circulated throughout Orzammar, however, and the demand amongst the Smith caste to reopen Caridin's research refuses to abate. As good as her word, Morrigan disappeared once the Archdemon was slain. Someone of Morrigan's description was seen traveling west across the Frostback Mountains, and she may have been a child. Alistair was true to his word and did not return to the Grey Wardens. He was last seen before the siege, hiring a Rivaini ship to take him out of Denerim. An attempted coup to overthrow Honora a year later borrowed his name, but no proof of his involvement was ever supplied. A haggard, drunken man was seen in a tavern in Starkhaven, bitterly claiming to have once been a Grey Warden and a prince, but drunken men are not exactly rare. As for Loretta's companions, they went their separate ways. Leliana and Loretta returned to the Grey Wardens, helping to rebuild and joining the effort to investigate the Darkspawn's remaining secrets. As the Blighted Lands began to heal and the Grey Wardens slowly rebuilt the Order in Amaranthine, they discovered the fight against the Darkspawns was not yet complete. Although the Horde was routed and dissolved upon the Archdemon's death, many of the more powerful Darkspawn survived to organize roving war bands that preyed on the land and each other. The war bands spread havoc, and some even journeyed west into Orlais or crossed the Shining Sea to the Deep Roads. They proved incredibly difficult to wipe out. But these tales have yet to be told. This tale ended when Loretta sank her blade into the Archdemon's head, or actually about 3 inches to the right of it. It was not the last that Ferelden would hear of her, except it kind of was. The end. Cool. As the saying goes. Balin plus Bronca. God, that's awful. Okay, so obviously we're not done. We're going to go ahead and do Dragon Age Awakening next. Here's the problem. It's 33 minutes into my lunch break. So while I'd love to sit here and figure out the golden number and all that fun stuff, I'd kind of like to go get lunch. I know, it's very selfish of me. Here's the deal. If there is a desire to go ahead and determine Dragon Age Origins score regardless of Awakening, we can do that. But it means the Awakening stream is going to be rather delayed. I'll let you guys decide that when I come back, okay? Either way, I'll see you in a bit.